do maybe.
You can still do it.
There's an edit button.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like we need to cancel the stream and start over again. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I might have
fine.
jumped the gun.
You're fine.
I think you just log into that account. Log into that same account.
There's a button somewhere. I was doing it last night.
Well, it's in the chat. Maybe it's the three dots on the chat. Maybe moderation.
Oh, there we go.
I'm mad at that.
I don't know.
I need,
Standard moderator.
well,
Oh,
I got
managing
the
moderators. Yes.
So when you come from, you live in Boise, right?
Yeah, we can move that. I don't stay in the Tri-Cities. It's only like 6.5 hours, but with kids, it's not. We have, well, I did, and pretty soon people are going to believe that I don't actually have kids at this point.
That's what
They don't come.
Two of them were thrown up at midnight last night. So I was up at like 2 in the morning dealing with mom.
I'm gonna walk out.
In about 5 minutes, this entire convention is going to be like the sick hack scene from Family Guy.
I'm not sick. My wife's
we know
not
which
sick. Two of my kids are not sick.
Do we know which one of these is the good one?
I might become sick.
I just bought.
So I was gonna have them all come to the restaurant tonight, but Meryl's like, nah, we really should not. Babysitting. But he's awesome. Amos, yeah, he just turned 1 on his way. So yeah, we've got. We did. We've done snatch taking all 4 of the kids. And yeah, you went up. So. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the live stream. My phone is set.
What I like about silver is the actual.
Yeah, people can watch the live stream now.
Are large enough.
Then he added.
Yes.
Gold.
Yes, we are you talking right now.
I can't believe they're worth all that.
I'm sorry.
It's hard because I have.
That microphone's right there in front of there. Omnidirectional. Yeah, everything you guys say at normal conversational volume might be on the live stream. Just know that.
Hello, live stream people. Hi, Losby.
What was I doing? Oh, I need to get the agenda of it.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, we might be in the chat, but I'm not going to be looking at the chat.
Matt just said, I'm in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Or I mean, I'm in the live stream. That's why I was like, hi.
Oh, I need the agenda so I can put it up on the thing.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, he'll have it in his records, but what, like it's 100? Yeah, 100, where does it say 100? Oh, that's verify your phone number.
Yeah.
I didn't even have to enter a phone number.
She gave you 35 tickets, right?
You have,
40 for 100.
do you have the agenda on that laptop?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
I don't have a good way to get it on that. You have a USB port or something?
Was I supposed to get for you?
Well, did you get mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, 30.
I'll give you another.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, we gave you a $5 binder, so that'd be 95. You get 40 tickets for 100. I don't know.
Jason, it's gonna be, yeah,
Yeah.
send it to me and I will get it from my other laptop.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, I left the laptop outside, but go ahead and just send it to me in some way.
Okay, you want it on?
Whatever. Just tell me what it is. Is it Texas UP or email?
You got like 5 minutes.
We didn't put the raffle on the agenda. It's probably gonna be done.
It sounds like a penguin. It's like, sometimes on Twitter, I'll just like post that, like,
I'll put it in the.
Yeah.
Raffle will be done intermittently.
You need to split these so you have half.
Split them, you keep those half.
He sounds
But
like
like,
a scary
It sounds like they laugh. It sounds like it's ridiculous.
It just sounds like a total.
You know those things where like sometimes people are laughing, you just laugh with them.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you watch the video, you just start laughing halfway through because he's so funny, it's just the way he laughs.
So I made it, I successfully made it halfway through my third year. I was technically there at the end of the third year.
Oh, yeah.
Why am I CC?
So here's a question.
Yes.
I have this ready for when the time comes.
Because well, no, it's because we don't.
Oh, good thing you reminded me. I need to do your research.
So really the only difference is that anarchy doesn't need a lack of like law or rule on the lack of.
Coercive.
Yeah, coercion, a monopoly of power, I guess. So, for example, like anarchists don't believe in this, they don't believe in no police officers, they believe that just there's gonna be one central.
You already said that, and
I did.
Robert, the reason I have, I think some things that this, that the chair guide to order.
A little more nuanced than that, but that's the basic of it.
is that text or email?
I just wanted to like,
Okay.
yeah, this is what I
Text or email?
did you want me to text it?
Can you get my personal email?
Yes, sir.
Great, thanks. I got it.
Yeah.
This says that adjournment needs a second, but if it's on the agenda at the end, it doesn't need a second. So if somebody wants to, just in the middle, be like, I want to adjourn till tomorrow, it would need a second.
That's
and
one of
it's
the
not
Oh, the scheme of things, like that, that thing that comes up, national parks come up, this like that little things. If we can all just fight about this, we're so, I guess, right?
That stops everything that's going on. And it's proof of what was the discussion. But if it's on the agenda.
That's all on, right? Yeah. Say crazy things online to each other.
I mean, they just certainly have a conversation.
Yeah. I know. Well, I don't know. It's like
2 days there.
So it's just.
2 days to get there, 2 days after, like 2 days back.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're
And that.
especially if you have the status view, it's like, you can't really argue with that. If you're gonna have like a super punchy concept of the culture, it's okay, maybe.
Is a third motion, right?
Most people reading that can't really say it's any
But then,
different.
well, we're never gonna have like a.
I suggest you get this.
I have my, I'm halfway up here, it's like I totally forgot it.
Because we need to have groups that are within the Libertarian Party, who keep everyone. It only rises to the top, right? Yeah, it's like.
Can somebody adjust this camera?
Is it good? Oh, here, I can pull up,
The thing is that there's like this messy transition from unknown, like from unknown, completely unknown versions into, a developed civilization where everybody's got a need for some parcel of land. Like, not just because
that kind of inclusive
just because
is,
the fact that everybody already owns all of the parcels out here, except the federal land, you know what I mean? Everybody's already got a deed, so then it's just a matter of like buying and selling and going to court about it. Whereas
Oh, can I?
1700s Virginia, there is no court, there are no deeds. It's just like, can you build a wall of that, yes or no? And then, well, what else can land next to it? Should I kind of live next to it? You know, it's almost like, I don't know if this guy works for the box. That's who the land next to your wall belongs to, you know, it's fuzzier. And so because it's fuzzier, people are fighting more.
The whole.
Make sure everybody's
Oh,
ready.
you're talking about during, you're talking about during the actual, like,
We have to come with all these rules.
If it was just in the chair. You're just here to get.
How much time do you need, Zach?
Oh, I'm just getting the agenda up. You're ready to go.
We're good to go?
It's streaming.
You good to go?
I'm just to go.
Everybody's good to go? Once you get the agenda up, we'll start.
Okay, I'm so close.
It doesn't really matter.
Because the sports are for, this is where the problem comes from. It's like, well, what happens if he goes out for real? It's like, okay, we get a decision. That's right. What happens if he's a sailor and he's away, he's a merchant and he's away for 9 months? Okay, we made a decision about how that works. Well, what if he like goes to stars?
Because we're gonna have to start with the bylaws.
What about this year? What about this year?
Or can we, as soon as I call to order, just post a new agenda? So call to order.
First item is confidential.
Well, we think, you know.
Director's report is necessary.
For sure, there's gonna be.
Vote on
Okay, so we'll do call to order, credentialing report, and then we can talk about the
Individual property and nobody has any influence to say, it's like, you're always in.
You're any place for the right first.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're always in the context of kingdoms.
That's
And it's not so much
If you think that's the
your
right
neighbor
one,
Bob gets
you might want to take a look.
But is that the right one?
Yes.
But like,
Um,
you know, like, what if
we allow this.
sort of
And the language you use.
You can, there's all that, exactly, that's just kind of social.
Yeah.
No, just forget your, that's for general consent. Yes.
Ask for the general consent to adopt this agenda
Yes.
in place of that.
It's not
But,
No, this is the one we want to go southern, and I'll show you why.
Yeah.
Because the agenda in our bylaws is very basic.
Yeah.
and it is going to be changed, but you can change it in the middle of the meeting.
Yeah, see, so if you look at this one, it's just very straightforward, where this has all the business of any. It also counts for 2 days for this one.
I think a lot of
And one of the agenda is super inclusive, whereas the one that is binder is not, because we're not including everything.
We write it the vote counts. It's fun, we're expanding again, but.
We're good to go.
The agenda's up. I'm just kind of making it fit.
If everybody would like to take their seat, we're gonna get going here in a few minutes.
Very few.
I can't fit the entire agenda, but it'll be like 1 through 8. It'll be up there. We can scroll.
We'll
as
just
needed.
scroll it.
Okay. And then did you need the other mic?
I got this one.
Was that the
Let's
better
bring it
sound-
up here in case Dan has.
Which one's the better sounding one? Make sure you use
I think
that.
it's the one. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test.
The first one's way better.
Your drinks, your drink.
I guess I'm an officer.
Uh-huh. It's a few minutes.
Yeah.
Officers.
I know. Is this my binder, Jason?
No, but it can be.
mine.
Oh, okay. Is in there? You're good. What's the binder? It's all on property. This is how it is. Do I have another binder somewhere? I bought one.
There's one in the back,
Yeah,
in that box. Does everybody have a binder that wants one? If you'd like a binder, just go grab one. If you don't have one.
Oh, I left the laptop sitting outside.
Everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna call this to order at 9:21 local time. Like to welcome everybody out and thanks for coming. Hopefully everybody was able to travel relatively safely. First order of business will be the credentialing report. Dan?
Yes. Thank you. We have had 14 delegates registered, therefore a majority is 8 and 2/3 is 10.
Awesome. Okay. I would like to ask for the general consensus if we use this proposed agenda, which is a little more in-depth than the bylaws agenda. Does anybody have any objection to that?
And I can I know you can't read super quickly if I scroll this, but that was the first page.
It's also in the binders on the first couple of pages if you want to look for it.
Yeah, it's like 3 pages of scrolling here, but so sorry, I won't be able to get everybody in sync on reading it.
Just one slight change. Item 4, change audit to approval.
Convention minutes approval committee.
Yes. The logic behind having an approval committee for the minutes is ordinarily a body only the same size as the body that did the business can approve the minutes of that body. But another group that is comparable to this will not meet for another year. The minutes of this convention should not have to wait a year before being approved. So what we're going to do, according to this agenda, is form a committee with the responsibility to approve the convention minutes when this convention is over.
I will note that they would recommend the approval of the convention minutes to the body.
Except that's not a requisite.
Oh, okay.
Quoting from Robert's rules, in any of these cases, minutes that have not been approved previously should be approved before final adjournment, or the assembly should authorize the executive board or a special committee to approve the minutes. So this body is granting the power to approve the minutes to this committee.
Do we need the mic or can everybody hear us fine?
You might need it for the stream.
No, the stream's better.
The sound quality is better if we don't use the mic
Really?
for the stream because the PA system is kind of muddy.
Okay.
So if everybody's good,
Turn
you
it off.
can hear, we'll just be good. All right, is there any objection to the proposed agenda? Hearing none, we'll adopt this agenda for the rest of convention. All right, so we'll move on to the next, to number 4 would be forming the convention minutes approval committee. I would like Dan to be on it. Is there anybody else that wants to be on the committee?
Note that your duties will probably not take all that long. You'll just be reviewing over the minutes that the secretary has taken and deciding whether to approve the minutes.
You can volunteer or I'm just going to appoint you. So,
Volunteer.
David, we need one more person.
I'll do something.
Harry? Okay. That'll be the 3. All right. Next order of business I know there's been some happenings the last year. We just wanted to be open with everybody. We don't really want to rehash it much. But if anybody has any questions, any concerns, we would answer them now so we can finally put this to bed and never talk about it again. Okay. Now we're going to do the treasurer's report. Do you want to do it, Zach, or do you want me to do it?
I can read it. I just realized that I didn't have it all pulled up because I was busy doing the stream. I do have it.
Adam could make it, but he's sent us a report to read that he would like to give to the body. We should all be very thankful for Adam. He did a lot for us. He had a lot of work in going through all the old reports and filing and getting everything in order. So if you ever see him, give him a big thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to read the statement from Adam Belknap, the treasurer. He made this today. Esteemed members of the Libertarian Party of Idaho, when I became treasurer in April of 2022, I set two modest goals after becoming acquainted with the state of things. One, move all LPID funds into an Idaho-based bank with branch locations in all three regions. Two, get the books straight. I'm happy to report that as of October 2022, the bank of the LPID is Idaho Central Credit Union, a bank with physical branch locations in the Panhandle, the Boise area, and southeastern Idaho. I hope that this will make the physical collection of donations at events in the various regions significantly easier to deposit. I'm also happy to report that after a grueling and tedious effort, the books are straight. When I became treasurer, I noticed that a discrepancy existed between our actual funds and those reported to the Secretary of State of Idaho. Naturally, this would sound quite alarming, but it turned out to be quite banal. Beginning in October 2022, at the end of a resolution of the board dispute, I got access to all the financial records of the party going back to 2012. I began a careful review of all the information of the party going back to 2017 and completed the audit and reconciliations in December 2022. I think it is important to note that in my opinion, I want it to be clear and on the record that the reason for this discrepancy was nothing nefarious, but simply misunderstandings on how to correctly report donations and expenses in the tool provided by the state of Idaho. The state of Idaho implemented a new reporting tool in January 2020, and it is in this year that the discrepancy began, and it began quite small. Over the course of the audit, I noted each discrepancy in each month up to the month of December 2022. In anticipation of the 2022 annual report with the state, I worked closely with the Secretary's office to ensure that we had it correct down to the penny for the annual report. To fix the discrepancies, I restated each filing going all the way back to January of 2020. I'm happy to report to the attendees of the convention and members of the party that no discrepancy now exists with our actual funds and those reported to the Secretary of State. I know, we're all a bunch of anarchists, and that isn't supposed to matter, but we enjoy in the state of Idaho some grandfathering of certain ballot access rules, and we certainly don't want some minor clerical mistakes to jeopardize that. I'm very sorry I could not be there in person. Family commitments require my presence here, but I want to thank you for your commitment to liberty. I've heard a lot amongst our membership around the country this optimistic hope of liberty in our lifetime. Permit me to share a rather melancholy thought. I actually don't believe that I'll see liberty in my lifetime, but I am committed to liberty nonetheless. Imagine being our legendary secretary, Dan Carlin. He's been a libertarian since before there was a party, perhaps since before there was a word libertarian. That's what it takes, people willing to commit to a cause that will probably lose, but is nevertheless right. I hope that my rather tedious and menial efforts in the last year, such as they were, make it easier for us to find those who are also willing to join our commitment to liberty and prove me wrong. Sincerely, Adam Belknap. Also, he attached a PDF with the details of the state. This is the annual 2023 report. Reporting period April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. And I don't know if this is in the binder or not, but the fund balance beginning April 1st, 2022 was $10,289.52. In that period above, total donations were collected in the amount of $4,615.00. And after refunds and after refunds, that comes to $4,565.00. And then we had some various expenses, including some legal expenses. So we had a total operating expenses of $3,656.21, and he itemizes all of those, but I'm not going to go into all the detail. And then we have a net LPID fund increase in that time period of $908.79, and then our fund balance ending 3/31/2023 is then $11,198.31. So it went up about 1,000 in the reporting period.
Which isn't bad considering 6 months, we couldn't even collect a donation.
Yeah, there was a period where we've been kind of just rebuilding from almost scratch. So I consider that positive.
Does anybody have any questions? Dan?
I asked the vice chair to send me a copy of that file, and I asked the approval of the members present for me to redact certain portions of that message in the interest of modesty.
Is there any
Can you
objection?
take your own name out of it?
Yeah, it would sound a little bit self-serving, or a lot self-serving.
Is there any objection to that? Okay,
Thank you.
it will be done. Is there any questions, concerns about any of that? Man, this is going easy.
May God bless our accountant stooge for putting in an awful lot of work.
That's why I said, when you see him, give him a big thank you, because it really burnt him out quite a bit, so.
Send him a big mug or a big, barrel of root beer.
Yeah.
Avoid the date 2012.
Okay, there's no questions. We will move on. We don't have an audit committee report yet.
Correct.
So,
It's just contingent.
all right, that's what everybody's here for probably. Nominations of officers, regional representatives, and judicial committee members. Each candidate will receive 5 minutes to speak. Then you can ask questions of anybody. We'll try to keep it as short as possible. Judicial committee can have 1 minute to speak.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Zach Kelly, your vice chair. Since I've become the vice chair over the course of the last year, I found that my role has shifted more toward IT-related tasks and helping out with support roles. And I've seen that Chris Ward of North Idaho, our current Region 1 representative, has really stepped up to the plate and has done a lot of recruiting and has just done an excellent job being a go-getter and an organizer. And I feel that I am not in the appropriate role, and I would like to request to resign with the intention that later, when we get to the resolutions portion of this meeting, we might resolve to choose Christopher Ward as the replacement as vice chair. That we would recommend that the State Central Committee, which by our bylaws is the organization able to choose a replacement in the event of a vacancy, I would like to ultimately resolve that we recommend Chris Ward as my replacement. And the bylaws are also quite clear that the election of the vice chair only occurs on an even numbered year convention. So that's why I'm not saying that I would expect we would elect somebody. But anyway, I request to resign as vice chair is effectively it. So that's an implied motion basically that the resignation be approved.
So doesn't need a second or anything. We just
No.
ask for the consent.
Yeah, well, more or less, yes. Robert's rules is not intended to imply at any point that we can force someone to do a job he doesn't want to do.
So more or less,
This is
it's for the goodwill
Mhm.
that he asked your permission and, well, not permission, but the goodwill to resign. Does anybody object to this? Okay. I don't think we need to kick him off the table.
Thank you for your efforts today.
Thank you, Zach.
I got out of that chair like somebody zapped me in the ass with a paddle pop.
Chris, did you have something?
Oh, I just wanted to say, we were talking about the nomination of officers
Yeah, I
and
was
regional
gonna
reps.
Oh,
I just want to say it was up to 5 minutes, so.
yeah,
I was
If you
specifically
speak for
talking
less,
to
we can
somebody.
get it.
Yeah.
yeah.
We're not going to sit here if you speak for 45 seconds in silence for the next 4 minutes and 15
Stare down.
seconds.
Okay, and just
I'm speaking to someone in particular. Hi.
so everybody knows, there will be, the elections are only for chair and treasurer. And then all 3 region representatives, but that will be, well, it's done by caucuses, so only a region 1 person can nominate somebody for region 1, correct? Region 2, region 3. And then the JC members, there's 3. There's a 1-year term, a 2-year term, and another 2-year term. So we'll open the floor to nominations.
I would like to nominate Amanda Ward for Region 1 representative.
Amanda, will you accept?
Yes.
So it will be.
I would like to nominate Jason Sorensen for chair.
I accept. Is there a nomination for treasurer?
I nominate Adam Belknap for treasurer. And he
He will
said
accept.
he is available to accept the nomination if we need to call him and have the body hear him accept it.
Does everybody trust that, or do you want us to call Adam?
I don't know, it seems pretty shady to me.
Okay,
For Region 2, I'll nominate Matthew Losby.
he accepts,
Yes.
okay. And is he willing to resign from the JC?
Yes. Will he have to call in to do so?
Let me speak with my parliamentarian. Dan?
It would be nice, but it's not necessary.
If you can get him on the phone, we'll come back to it.
That's Region
Yeah.
2.
Responding on the live stream.
Oh.
If that counts.
It does. And then while we're doing that, I'd like to nominate Todd Corsetti for Region 3 rep. Do you accept, Todd?
Except
Okay.
Jason, could you explain to some people that may not be in the know quickly what the judicial committee does?
Yeah, so the judicial committee is basically if we have any sort of a dispute between members or if there's a bylaws question that comes up, they really hopefully never have to do anything, but they're there so we don't have major blowouts. They're hopefully there to moderate or, you know, in more severe cases, you know, hand down punishment in ways of expulsions. It's kind of a check on the board, keep us in line as well. Is there anything else, Dan, you think, or Chris?
Keep us honest.
I think that's about it, yeah.
It's exactly what you think. Dan.
Word of information or request for information. What, are there any judicial committee members other than Matthew Losby whose terms expire this year?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I have an answer to that question. So currently, there are 2, according to our bylaws, we have 5 judicial committee members, 3 of which are elected at even year conventions, 2 of which are elected at odd year conventions. Currently, Matthew Losby and Sterling Reese hold even year seats. So they would not be up for election until 2024. The other even year seat is vacant and both odd year seats are vacant.
So we need 4 members basically.
And
Two 1-year terms and 2 2-year terms.
Yes, two would,
No, two 1-year terms and 1 2-year term.
well, no, Matthew.
Matt
Losby
left.
is going to
Oh, because
resign.
Matthew-
So there's 2 1-year, 2 2-year terms.
2 and 2.
2 and
You
2.
just got to know which one you get elected to,
Yeah.
and be clear about it, and know that you're in for a 2-year term or a 1, depending on which one you're in.
And you can specify as well.
So do they meet by telephone or do they have to get together in one spot?
No, they can do Zoom. Hopefully they never meet. Is the goal of never having to have them meet.
And
But-
essentially all they're doing is seeing what's in here and saying whether what's going on applies to this or not.
Yeah, they're, mostly it would be some type of bylaws dispute or, maybe me and Chris get in a fight and they have to mediate some form of, I don't know, just solve it.
You don't meet unless you're called upon.
Yeah.
Essentially.
And I think there's a few ways a member's petition, the board can put, or recommend to the JC. It's not like they just wake up one day and they're like, oh, I want to do this. So,
They can't intrude themselves into a dispute.
Mr. Chairman, request for information.
Uh-huh.
Did you confirm that Matt Mosby indicated that you would like to resign from the committee?
well, he on the YouTube chat, can we get him on the phone? It'll
Okay.
just be easier.
Okay, I'll call him.
People may not believe that No Guardy is Matt on YouTube.
I'm gonna make a
Go ahead.
request. I'd like to nominate David for judicial committee.
Two
For
or
which
one?
term?
2.
Uh,
I think you're.
Hi, Matt. You're
I
on
accept.
speakerphone yet, but you will be shortly. Are you ready to be on speakerphone to poll?
Okay.
Oh.
To accept
Just sec-
the-
so
For a 2-year term, David?
David,
Yes,
do you
sir.
accept for a 2-year term?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he's ready, whatever. So I don't know if the speakerphone's gonna do well with without the PA, but, so you're on speakerphone up against a microphone.
Okay, hi, this is Matt Losby. I would accept the nomination for Region 2 representative, and if elected, I would resign my post on the judicial committee.
Okay. I think we can solve, what's that? Okay,
Thanks, Matt.
Cheers.
perfect. So we have one more 2-year term left, correct? And 2 1-years?
So 2 of each.
Well, we got David, so
Oh,
so
sorry.
we need 3 more people.
I'm interested in being on the JC if somebody would like to nominate me.
I nominate Zach Collier for a 2-year term on the JC.
Well, you are accepted.
I'm going to nominate Brian and Belinda, both for the JC.
Which one of you wants, the 2-year terms, so you guys are 1-year terms?
I'm more than happy to accept the 1 year, just in the interest of transparency. I may be relocating states within the next year. Should that happen, I'm more than happy to resign, but until then, I'd be happy to fill the role.
Where are you going?
When did you
Accept
accept?
whatever terms
Wherever I
you
get accepted.
Okay.
And I'm not
Oh,
going
okay,
either,
okay.
so.
Okay, so that fulfills all of our JC positions, correct?
Yes, but as it currently stands, no position is competed.
Um,
Not that that's a bad thing, but we don't want to convey the impression that we're railroading a particular suite of candidates for.
Is there anybody that wants to challenge anything?
Anyone in the back?
Any questions for the candidates?
Yeah, let's do some questions. We got time. We got 2 days. Ask me some
Bingo
questions.
Tomorrow, okay?
How much Starbucks you got?
Enough.
200 ounces, I've been informed.
Somebody's got it. Sterling,
What's up?
ask a question. You're being dilatory.
Is taxation theft?
No, it's extortion.
Question for
That's
the
the most
candidates in
libertarian
round
answer.
robin.
What's that?
Question for the candidates in round robin. What experience do you have in conflict mediation or dispute settlement?
Oh, easy. I spent the last 6 months doing it. I have quite a bit of experience. I can tell you, and it's my personal experience, and everybody on the board could probably back me up. I mean, we've done a lot of work the last 6 months, and we all get along really well, even when we disagree. You know, it's about accepting that not everyone pleases you do, you know, and trying to find the best outcome for the party. So that's my answer. Chris?
Let's say the same thing as Jason as well. Previous to being self-employed, I was a corporate Lowe's employee that specialized in essentially dispute mediation between
contractors and actual corporate clients. So I dealt with everyone, every type of person, every walk of life, the crusty, dusty contractor to the, the $400 an hour lawyer fighting each other. So I was very successful at that, and I'm looking to not have any more disputes and issues. But if it comes up, we will figure it out.
I got my wife to come to this and sit up here, so I'm a pretty good negotiator. Anything else? Yeah.
I'm not a member, so I don't know if this
Yeah,
is
go ahead.
out of order.
Right? Yeah, go ahead.
And it's a hypothetical question. My question is, if there were a presidential candidate, and they were realistic about their goals to become president, right? But they had certain goals. And one of the goals was, could we find a state where we could steal from the duopoly and focus on that for a year? Actually make inroads, at least in one state. Would that be possible? So the question is, what would the likelihood of Idaho being that state?
Not.
Well, if you wanted to do it in Idaho, the way, in my opinion, to do it is you have to go to the small counties in Idaho. You're not going to win Boise. You're not going to probably win Blaine, Oneida County, outskirts of Power County. And you have to start winning there because Idaho is such a big state and everybody thinks it's the Boise area, but there's so many people that are so close to libertarianism in these small towns, and if you can win them over one little bit, you get a county commissioner in a small county, or you get a sheriff, and you just build on that. It's possible. Would it happen anytime soon? Probably not.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'd just like to add to that. I'd say Idaho is actually kind of in a unique position to siphon off some votes from Republicans toward Libertarians because of how massively Republican it is. And we have such overwhelming supermajorities in a lot of cases of people with R's next to their names that you might be able to convince a lot of voters that they don't really need to vote R because they're not really risking. Like, even if they might want the Republican to win,
Right.
they can stand to vote their conscience for a Libertarian because the Republicans are going to be controlling the House and the Senate and the governorship and the constitutional offices anyway.
And we actually, an example of this just happened for our governor race. A independent candidate got 15.
No, like 20
20-something
over
percent.
25%.
Of a governor election. So I mean,
And he was very divisive as well.
Yeah.
It was Ammon Bundy. I don't know if you're familiar with him. There was the Oregon standoff that he had with the feds. Yeah, he also had some issues at the Capitol, to say the least, and he still
He's
got
still
over.
tied up in shit.
Yeah, he still got over 25%, and he won a couple of northern counties and a couple of southern counties, or he got very close in a couple of them too.
yeah,
So there is a path. It's a difficult path, but there is a clear-cut path.
and he did it just how I said. When you went to small towns, there was more Ammon Bundy signs than there was Trump flag signs. He focused on those areas, and he spoke to those people's values, and that's the path I think you have to take moving forward.
Grabbing data from Politico.com, Bundy got 17.2% statewide.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
So that's a source of frustration with the establishment. We had ours.
I would also like to note that, so we're a close primary state. The Republicans require that you be a registered Republican, ballot affiliated, in order to use their ballot in primary elections. So that might be one obstacle you'll have to come up against to try to get people to convince them to register their affiliation as Libertarian, because they're like, well, my ballot's going to be basically empty. Why would I want to do that? And that's a question you just have to face, and you have to have a way to answer.
I got the Democratic nomination information.
Yeah, you can. You can vote on the Democrats' ballot. They don't close their primary.
Right, so if we keep our primary open, everybody gets probably.
Take our first 10-minute break.
Yeah, it's just that some people are frustrated that they don't get to choose the Republican nominees if they have a Libertarian
Take our
registration.
10-15-minute breaks to do the comments.
It's not a source of frustration to me.
That's fine.
All right.
I don't know how to take your schedule. One quick.
Oh, yeah,
follow-up
go
question.
ahead.
If it were not Idaho, I'm from Seattle, and I can tell you it would not be Washington.
Yeah.
And I spent some time in California, it would not be California. Any ideas of what another state?
New Hampshire.
Yeah.
New Hampshire, that comes up.
I'd like to throw a strange state into the mix. New Jersey has a strong tradition of independence, and where those who are registered unaffiliated outnumber those who are registered Democrat and those who are registered Republican. Republicans are very comfortable going outside the Republican Party to vote. Not quite so much with the Democrats, but it still happens. That's why the Republican Christine Todd Whitman won with substantial Democratic support. I don't know whether the proximity to New York and the media machines there would poison the opportunity for drastic consequences, but it's just something that should be taken note of. They are an often cited independent state, ready to thumb their noses at the prognosticators.
That's a
Very
great point.
media friendly, that could potentially be.
I wonder if I think the Free State Project at one point considered Wyoming, correct?
Yes.
Wyoming, it might be another one.
From a cost benefit analysis, you have to spend money to make politics happen. There are fewer votes to try and get in Wyoming.
Except one of the winners had been a Libertarian in recent memory.
Yes.
They also have the highest percentage of, or just the highest number of guns per capita of any state. So note that.
I think you could do a blanket statement, probably Idaho, Montana, Wyoming would be pretty close to similar goals.
I would probably say Wyoming.
Not Utah.
I've lived there. The population is low enough in Wyoming that it's feasible. There's a good reason why the Free State Project almost chose Wyoming. So I would probably put my money on Wyoming if I had to guess.
And you can harness the anti-Liz Cheney sentiment right now too. The anti-Liz Cheney sentiment, yeah, she's not popular there right now, so.
Yeah, and I know Wyoming's actually doing a lot with, this is just one helpful thing, one good thing. Wyoming's doing a lot with cryptocurrency right now and Bitcoin and things like that. It's very friendly towards it. So, if you're going to do some kind of a super independence-oriented state type project, it's helpful if, that state is very friendly towards free market money, like gold, silver, Bitcoin, things of that nature. And Wyoming certainly is friendly that way, legally speaking.
I'd like to take this opportunity to plant a bug in some of your bonnets. It's not a pro-libertarian position as such, but it is certainly not anti-libertarian. It is definitely pro-choice, and that is approval voting. The main problem many partisan voters have is if they don't vote their party, they figure they're a traitor to their party. Whereas approval voting allows you to vote outside your party while still voting inside your party. In a sense, if you consider a computer choice arrangement, what is called the radio button allows you to choose only one of the options. The instant you choose the second option, the first option is clear. If all of those were changed to check boxes, you would have approval voting. You can check any or as few as you want, and all those votes are counted. They are never lost in the process of tabulating the votes.
Okay.
Didn't Alaska recently go to weighted voting?
Ranked
Ranked
choice.
choice.
Ranked choice voting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that would be kind of a hassle.
I like the idea of considering alternative voting systems. However, ranked choice voting has the difficulty, as with many other alternative choices. First of all, it can become circular. A single voter can prefer A to B, B to C, and then C to A. And it's difficult for voters under those conditions to settle on individual candidates. Approval voting allows them to consider without having to rank their votes or candidates. Now, many libertarians think that ranking is a good idea. I tend to think that, as in the market, ranking contaminates things. It compromises things. Whereas just being able to pick any number that you approve of is something that is more comfortable with many people. But the fact that the voters were willing to consider an alternative system rather than for what's called first past the post is a good sign. And there are cities such as Fargo that have adopted approval voting. I think St. Louis is moving in the same direction. And I applaud all of that.
I would have to see how that has worked for them.
So would I.
mean, Alaska sent a Democrat to the Congress for the first time in how many years through ranked choice voting.
And Maine, I think, adopted ranked choice. They're another one of those states that has a history of thumbing their noses at the authorities.
And it seems to have worked for Alaska, and they're touting, oh, we've got this Native American woman Democrat who made it to Congress through ranked choice. And personally, I'm not into the identity politics nonsense. But they did manage to move somebody forward through that system that wouldn't have otherwise.
I will say, I think with the situation with Alaska, and I want to say possibly I've seen comments from Republicans about maybe Louisiana or something. They have something called a jungle primary. I don't know exactly what the structure of it is, but apparently that outcome in Alaska had a lot to do with how the Republicans do their primary there. It somehow created a result in which a candidate who maybe Republicans didn't like became the candidate somehow, or something to that effect.
They had two Republican candidates.
Yeah, I forget exactly how it worked out, but it was, part of it had to do with Republicans not having their house in order, I think.
They somehow suffered from the adoption of the top two, in which the third candidate was the one who could have actually won the election. And the top two were the polarizing candidates, one of whom was a convicted criminal, the other one of whom was an accused. The campaign at one point at one point the race was referred to as the Wizard and the Lizard. The Wizard because he was the KKK boss from some time ago, and the Lizard because he was so sleazy he was certain to be convicted of something.
Okay.
That's catchy.
All right, well, is everybody good if we move on now? Since we have no one really contending any of the positions, I'd like to ask for the approval of the body to just do a voice vote, and we will, in the order of, we'll do the chair and treasurer first, and then we will do the JC members, and then we'll take a 10-minute break so the regions can split up maybe 15 minutes and do their vote as well. Is there any objection to this?
I object.
Okay.
I'd really like to hear from the candidates just a little bit before we move on to the voice vote.
I asked if you had any questions.
Oh, I don't have specific questions. I want them to stump for themselves and tell me how great they are and why they should be running for office, including myself.
Well, we've heard from the chair. Adam is willing to talk, I guess, via electronic means.
I don't think we need to call up remote people necessarily, but
I'll stump for myself for JC. So I'm a business owner. I'm an owner operator. I have to read my own contracts in order to do business. So that's helpful with regards to the JC, because the JC is going to make decisions on the basis of Robert's Rules of Order and how it functions, how it interacts with our bylaws, and then in addition to that, how those bylaws may interact with the laws of the state of Idaho. So I have experience in that regard. I also have some experience with court cases recently. And also I have experience as a board member of a caucus that has teams in all 50 states. And so sometimes there are disputes and conflicts between people and organizations like that. And I have been involved in mediating disputes like that and having discussions regarding controversial matters. So that is my experience that I am leaning on as someone who's running for JC.
And since he just butted in with his stump speech, I'll go ahead and do the same. Zach Kellier, running for one of the 2-year JC slots. So yeah, I'm a computer programmer by trade full-time since 2006. So I'm a very analytical personality. Sometimes it's just a fun thing for me to like comb through statutes, or like recently I found myself looking at the original handwritten Idaho Constitution from like 1889 to like confirm that I wanted to see when they changed a particular piece of text. And man, it was hard to read their handwriting in the old image I was looking at. But I don't know, I like looking through court cases and stuff like that. I don't know, I like solving that puzzle. I like being analytical and figuring out, making sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's with the statutes and the bylaws and that sort of stuff. So I think that would be a good fit for me, probably better than as vice chair. And I'm also going to retain my duties doing IT things as well. So.
How about this? What if I just make this suggestion? What if we don't vote on it right now? We go to lunch, everybody can talk to the candidates, anybody that has any questions, and we'll go to lunch and we can do it when we get back from lunch? Or do you guys just want to do it right now?
I'd say power through it personally.
Slightly early to eat.
I'd say power through it.
Yeah.
Power through it.
All in favor of powering through?
Bitter better, let's get at her.
Okay. Then we'll do, did we fix your objections, Zach?
Well,
Regional reps.
Oh,
I mean,
the regional will be
Regional
in
reps,
their own caucus.
Yes, that's true.
That's when you can temper the questions.
yeah, I want to hear from anybody that's running for an office that's here present, ideally, if they want to talk, but that's all.
Well, you got JC nominations. Is that you?
No.
No.
Do you want me and Chris
Sterling
to
is already
give
on
a
the
stump
JC.
speech?
Yeah, sure, just explain why you're best for the role.
He
You're
gave a
not
little
running,
speech
but-
already.
Well,
Or are you running?
so
You are, yeah.
I'm Jason. For any of you that don't know me, I've been running my own farm by myself for the last 2 or 3 years. It's not a small little business, so I know how to manage things. I know how to manage time, people, how to get things done. I chaired the party through some of the roughest times it's seen, and I think I did okay. But I have some ideas, and I'd really like to just keep pushing us through on the path we're going. Chris?
Hi guys, my name's Chris, or you guys all know me. I am going to be potentially the vice chair. I have always been kind of the sergeant in arms of kind of every organization. I always ended up finding my way into there. I am the whip cracker. I like to get things done. I like to organize. I like to be the idea man and to help have people around me help execute my ideas. I own 2 successful businesses, one with some employees, one that's, just I'm a sole provider, and the other one. So I know how to delegate. I've been in the corporate world for years previously. Yeah, we're gonna get some stuff done. I'm motivated to grow the party. I've grown the party quite a bit. In the scheme of things, added about 20 people to the party last year. Doesn't sound like a lot, but then you realize that we're, in the low hundreds of people. So I added essentially, 5 to 10% of the party. So I'm very proud of that. I'm going to continue that. In the meantime, if Amanda gets the nomination, I'll be helping her with the Region 1 activities. Yeah, we're going to grow this party. We're going to get a couple of wins under our belts that we can kind of hang our hat on. And we're going to make a name for ourselves.
And he'll be there if I die.
When you die.
An unfortunate farming accident.
Wasn't that Josh's speech for vice chair at national? Well, if anything happens to Angela.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. Is everybody good now? So is everybody good if we just do a voice vote on the positions and everybody knows the schedule?
Yep.
All vote.
All those in favor of Jason, raise your hands. Thank you. All those opposed? Done. Now you can resume chair.
Okay, all those in favor of Adam Belknap for treasurer, raise your hands.
Shanghai again.
Anyone opposed? Well, Adam is the treasurer, the King's treasurer. Okay, JC members, do you want to start with 1 year or 2 year? This is the first one.
2 years, 2-year terms.
David? All those in favor of David serving a 2-year term on the Judicial Committee, raise your hand. Anyone opposed?
It should be noted, according to the bylaws, the JC picks their own chair. We do not have to worry about that.
Passes. David, you're on the JC. And then Matt, or Zach?
Zach for 2-year term.
All those in favor of Zach for a 2-year term, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Zach, congratulations. All those in favor of Brian serving a 1-year term on the JC, raise your hand. Any opposed? Congratulations, Brian. And then Matt. Oh, Belinda. All those in favor of Belinda serving a 1-year term on the JC, raise your hand. Any opposed? Congratulations.
We have a new JC.
Okay, so let's take 10, let's do 15 minutes
Okay.
and we'll resume.
Sure. You want to do a raffle now or after?
You guys want to do a raffle right now? Before we stop, or you want to do it when we get back? All right, we'll do it now.
All right.
What do you want to raffle, Chris?
You're trying to do things to raffle off, so.
Yeah, you want to just do like one?
Go for the cheap stuff.
Yeah.
There are no cheap
Do we want to
things.
split the books?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The lowest cost items. Sorry, not
Yeah, how
quality.
dare you?
We're raffling off this book, donated. I don't want to draw.
Your wife.
Arvana White.
What's the book?
Man, Economy, and State, ticket number 710052.
Let's just say the last like 3 or 4 digits.
There you go.
Okay.
Hold up, though.
We have a
If
winner.
I win this, do I forfeit any other wins that I might?
No.
No.
I know you have your eye on that silver.
The only reason I bought $100 for us is so you avoid the premium altogether.
There you go.
Now let's do one more book. Why not? This is our beloved Secretary Dan Carlin's book. If you win this, he will also sign it. So,
And if you don't win this, there are 2 more back there.
yeah. Draw another one. Zero, 023.
Oh, gosh. Conflict.
I already have this book.
You don't have to.
Does
bring it up
anybody
because
want it?
The ticket's dead.
I will-
afterwards.
Anybody want it?
You know what I mean?
What is the book? What is the name
It's
of the
Dan-
I
book?
love it.
Yeah, I've already got one, so
The
I'm.
101 most influential people who never lived.
It's good.
You want it?
Yeah, I'll take it, if that's okay.
Yeah, great.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
No, but yeah.
What's up?
Is it too late to make a donation to the raffle?
No, it's never too late.
Oh, sure.
I'd like to donate another ounce of silver.
Are we gonna just keep it open the whole time?
Well, he's donated an ounce of silver.
Oh,
We're not gonna
to
say
donate to the
Yeah.
table.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. All right, it's
Thank you.
10:10. We will reconvene at 10:20, what?
Reconvene.
Or reconvene at 10:25. Go to your caucuses and do your votes. Does anybody have a question of what caucus they're in? What region?
Yes.
I'll do
Where do you live?
region
Idaho
2.
Falls.
You're with
Three.
me. You're in region 3.
We can do region 2 over here.
Region 2, go to David. Region 3, Todd, go over there.
And we'll be
And-
in region 1 in this corner over here.
Okay, go to the back, Todd.
Go to the back.
Where? Back of the room, I always get some.
Like, here's the two of us. Should have nominated, then, Robert's here.
Oh, we should. Oh, yeah, Rob Sharp.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah, it's Sterling too.
It's Sterling. Yeah, you're Mountain Home, you're region 2.
Yes.
So,
I was thinking this.
yes, exactly. So my region 2 is right now.
Robert doesn't want to vote.
I know. Yeah, so it all just depends on where you get it. So, you're paying my confusion.
Yes.
Okay.
I dropped by and trade silver with them. Like I'll go by like they
Just grab two guys.
I just want stacks of coins. But now he's gotten me with that.
I'm already happy with
Random.
same amount of money that came in the last I wish we had tested here. That was the
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
how about a 1% motorcycle?
Yeah, I think it's useful. I think ammo, to be honest, ammo serves a very similar.
That's pretty cool about the Region 2 representative.
Yes, I like this guy.
He's a good dude, super knowledgeable, he's had a 4-day.
That's pretty much my stance.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you like most people. He's moving out of Eagle somewhere. Yeah, he wants to move to some rural area. He's probably gonna follow Darian out of here and go to Montana or something. Yeah.
I'm sure she knows where it is.
I was gonna say, there she is.
He's wealthy. For single dude.
No, I understand. It's like,
Yeah.
because you just,
I know exactly what he
and
thinks.
then you get menopause. Oh, but-
Oh,
Yeah, he's doing well.
I use knowing what he thinks to convince my employer.
Really? Awesome. High five. Good job. That's great. Really? Did you tell Matt that? That's awesome.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, you feel free to be in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Unless we have some other.
I think we might need to toss a coin besides if we need it.
They're not being paid, and then the support staff, they're just,
Yeah.
everyone's quitting, not, and it's not, quitting something.
Yeah. So, yeah.
It's still, we're here to talk about, the end of the.
That's fine with me, yeah.
Whatever.
Oh, so you're coming on the exact. Exact's good. Good, I lost stuff.
Who's on it? Who's on it?
Okay,
Dave's running around somewhere.
dismissed.
All right.
Woo!
Congratulations,
Actually,
man.
since you're not the David Gilroy anymore.
I don't know if this is.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for keeping me in mind.
What you really need to
A
know
lot of
is,
people are
which
seasoned
is,
here.
the majority cannot throw it around, and that a minority, including a minority of one, can always be heard.
Like,
And they can
in September, we'll be
And
downtown before
I have
Maserati.
seen instances of one voice.
Everybody wants to find their seats. We're gonna start here in just a minute.
But it can be a spectacular thing to see. It indicates the process works. If you allow
Have you guys gone down to the lake? Yeah, the fire pizza's down on Sherman too. Yeah, it's I would say that it's like maybe 4 miles.
All good?
Did Region 2 make their decision?
Region 2, did you guys have enough time?
Are we unmuted?
Yes, we're good.
We're good.
Yeah.
Region 2, did you guys
Yes,
make a decision?
we elected Matthew Losby
Okay, so no surprises.
unanimously.
Region 1,
Unanimous.
Todd, yes.
or that's Region 3.
Oh, yes.
Amanda?
Region 1, Amanda.
Amanda Ward, yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Uh,
we're gonna reconvene now.
JC, we've gotten our chair.
Excellent.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm now the chair of the judicial committees, I can tell you.
We railroaded him.
Okay, I think we want to recognize our new region reps. It's going to be nice to have 3 region reps again. Region 1, Amanda, we're happy to have you. Congratulations. Region 2, Matt, congratulations wherever you are. And Todd for Region 3.
Me too excited.
Oh, yes, Dan.
Point of personal privilege. Fellow delegates and members of the Libertarian Party of Idaho. I'm sort of the last man standing in that as the secretary elected last year, my term is right in the middle and I decided to stay put. However, this is a 1 year ahead warning. I would like competition next time. I would like to at least be considered to get for the opportunity to be able to turn over my responsibility to someone else. During the next year, if any of you either is interested or know of someone who is interested in possibly succeeding me, I would be delighted to be able to work with that person over the next year so that the transition a year from now will be relatively smooth and painless. To address a comment that was made earlier today, no, I was not around at the birth of the word libertarian. I do know it was first used by the individualist anarchist libertarian Benjamin Tucker. He, a famous author a century ago, well more than a century ago. I have several of his books. I'm a big fan of his, and it is an honor to fill in his shadow in the way of identifying by the word libertarian. He did an admirable job popularizing the term, making it available, and he is very much of an exemplar for what we can do with the Libertarian Party. I was a libertarian before there was a Libertarian Party. I have it on tape and actually now on digital media that mine was the first use of the word Libertarian Party in advance of there being a Libertarian Party back in March of 1971. I have followed the Libertarian Party and been a member of it for quite a long time now. I regard it as a point of honor, and I would like to continue to see growth in the Libertarian Party nationally and locally. But if you think that you can't find someone else to do the job as well as I can a year from now, I'll reluctantly consider continuing. That's it.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege.
Yep.
Just tacking on at the end of what you said, but related to Adam Milknap, he's expressed a similar interest in having some sort of an understudy so he's developed a pretty streamlined system of spreadsheets and things that he can make the appropriate reports of the Treasury and submit reports to the Secretary of State's office in a timely manner. And he would really, really appreciate somebody else to do it. He very reluctantly accepted this year. He's a busy person and He doesn't necessarily, there's been a lot of frustration in getting things up to snuff, but now he has it as a pretty streamlined, easy thing to handle, but it would require a little bit of training and a little bit of explaining some things to his potential successor. So similarly, if anybody is interested in helping Adam with his treasurer duties, that would be highly appreciated by him.
And all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very tough, thankless job. So anybody that's interested in the future, let us know. We'll get you in touch with Adam. I guess there's also the financial committee. Or if you want to be on committees, we're also always accepting committee members. So
What committees exist?
all of them.
They're in the bylaws.
All the committees exist.
All the ones in the bylaws, and there's the convention oversight committee. I have a list. If you're interested at all, please get in contact with me. We'll get you sorted out. There is a few that are full. I don't know when we reevaluate after this if we're going to have some openings, but there is the financial committee, doesn't have anybody in it. I know. Is membership coming?
That needs it. That needs
We
people.
will always accept
Yeah,
more people.
membership.
on the committee.
We have an IT committee.
Next year's
Zach.
convention committee.
I'll tell you the big one we're going to need for the next year. It's an election year. We got a lot. We're hoping to have a lot of candidates. The candidate support committee could use people to, help them in any way they can. It takes some pressure off us if they can be the go-between between the candidates and the board, and help them. And we've started to work up on packets to give candidates some training materials to help us finish those. That's going to be a big one. So if you're interested at all, that would be a huge help, so we can have a bunch of candidates and have good candidates this next year.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to go ahead and just list out the committees because I have them right in front of me, every single one of them.
Absolutely.
So we have awards and recognition. I might not use the proper names as in the bylaws. I might happen to shorten some things because I don't necessarily remember the exact bylaws text. But we have the awards and recognition committee. We have the bylaws and rules committee, the candidate support committee, the convention oversight committee. And these are all actually, they all have quite a few members on each of them currently, but they may have some adjustment. We have the finance committee, which is headed up by the treasurer, and includes 2 other members. There's the IT committee, there's the judicial committee, there's the legislative watch committee, where people review bills coming through the legislature and comment and submit reports on them. There's the membership committee, there's the platform committee, and the public relations committee.
I would like to comment on several of them. The Awards and Recognition Committee is somewhat of my brainchild. We are a volunteer organization. We cannot give out bonuses other than thank yous. However, I have learned that if you do a significant amount of work and perceive that that work has been appreciated, you are less likely to suffer from burnout. You are more likely to be a good exemplar and exponent of the party and the philosophy. On the other hand, if you perceive that you are being ignored, that is a recipe for continued burnout and is likely to affect not just you, but others that volunteer with you. The solution is the Awards and Recognition Committee, which has been doing its work at the national party level. I'm one of those who was rather distressed by the fact that the report was truncated right in the middle because there was greater interest in going on to the platform. While the result may be that some of those, I don't know who would have been recipients of the awards, we might not see them at the next convention. And that would be very sad. I have seen this work at various levels, other parties, and I think we're about due for it. We don't have anything to do now. I hope that next year, one of the things that will dominate the next convention will be recognition of those who have done standout work for the Libertarian Party of Idaho. The Bylaws and Rules Committee, there will be a report from later on at this convention. That, to a substantial extent, will complete much of the revision work that was started 3 years ago. Where we don't want to close the book on the bylaws. There will always be a need for tweaking. We will discover new things that we forgot and missed or did the wrong way, and we'll have to fix that. But I like to think that we can now put the bylaws and rules on the shelf and pull them down only when we know we need to. In its place, I'm a very strong booster of the platform as a candidate support vehicle. There are people in this party who have a general idea of what libertarianism is about, but especially at the state level, how that is translated into actual policy is something of an unknown. And in many cases, it can be confusing and arguments can be made both ways in many instances. What I would like the platform to do is support would-be candidates so that they are not as frightened of being left out in the dark to fend for themselves when they're asked a question about what does libertarianism have to say about this issue, or where do we stand on that particular policy. And I would like the platform committee to work towards that in composing a platform for the Party of Idaho.
Absolutely. Speaking of the bylaws report, does anybody have any questions before we move on about committees, anything? Everybody good? Okay, we'll now hear from Dan with our bylaws committee report, and then we will probably
Take a break.
we'll probably do lunch depending on how long it takes. But yeah, we'll just plan on that.
If you have a binder, then you have the report of the bylaws committee. We have done extensive work. In fact, it may seem as if there is no part of the bylaws and rules that is untouched by this proposal, these proposals. That is not the case. There are some parts that actually we didn't have any reason to mess around with. Some things are controversial or stand the peril of being controversial. Much of what is in this report is likely to raise the question, well, duh. We're hoping that you will see an awful lot of that fall in that category, and at a minimum, will be passed with voice vote with no or very little objection. There will be a few things in which there will be some questions asked. Why are we doing this? Why couldn't we do this another way? It might in fact be the case that we could do it another way, but it didn't occur to us. The people who were working on this did not constitute an unlimited pool of ideas. You can see the template on page 1 of the Bylaws Committee report. This is the picture of the way things will be proposed. Any questions so far?
I want to just, for those that don't have binders, I don't want anybody to feel like they can't follow along.
Yes.
If you go to lpid.org on your phone and in the main navigation, click 2023 convention, there's a link there to download the PDF of the bylaws report. We also might have other copies that he's looking at.
We have extra binders.
Does anybody need a binder? Well, we've got extra, so is there anybody that doesn't have one? Okay.
If you want to follow along digitally, main navigation of lpid.org.
Or look over somebody's shoulder. The first proposal, one of the reasons for having this display color coded is that it's clear proposal 1 is just one sentence, really. There's a lot that is in the text of the proposal, but the change is only in the color under change, the addition of section 6, and everything else is unchanged.
Can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
These are black and white copies, so it would all be gray.
Oh,
It
okay.
would just be a,
I printed it out on my copy, I printed it out on my own printer.
yeah, no, absolutely no worries. So it's light gray.
Okay,
Okay.
yes. And one sentence has been stricken. That's the total extent of the change. And the result is at the bottom of the page, new language, Article 3 members, and a change to Article 4 offices. The rationale is probably what should be read, and it should guide your decision-making. If you see that what's in the rationale is inconsistent with what is in the change, bring that to our attention, please. That's something that we'll obviously have to go back and work on. I don't think we have any of that, but while it would be a surprise, we're not going to pretend that it can't happen.
Request for information?
Yeah.
Is the report that's in the binder from pages 2 to, oh, I see.
So the first, it goes proposed convention agenda, then the governing documents is our existing bylaws.
Okay.
Then it starts at bylaws committee.
Yeah, and about
Bylaws
a
committee.
quarter of the way back, bylaws committee report.
We really, not to jump in on you, really encourage everybody to read these, take this seriously. We learned that, bylaws are important. We reached out to a parliamentarian to make sure we were doing this right because shoddy bylaws can bite you in the butt. So take it serious, read each of them and.
What I propose we do is the first run through, first pass will just be informational. We will then take a break. We'll come back and hopefully during that break, maybe you had a chance to think about this, ask questions, discuss it among yourselves, and then we will be able to proceed intelligently with debate and if need be, amendment and adoption.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
I don't know, I'm sorry to interrupt your report, but I have to provide some information here. I don't know what kind of motion that is or whatever, but not motion or even what action it is. But Matthew Losby, who wrote this report, that he's absent. He was the chair of the Bylaws and Rules Committee, and he wanted me to give an instruction to Dan, our secretary, but I forgot to do it. And he wanted to make sure that you know that Proposal 5 is redundant. Proposal 5 is a simple part of Proposal 1. I just messed up the writing them. 1 removes the same phrasing as 5, along with replacing it elsewhere. So it is Matt Losby's opinion that Proposal 5 is entirely redundant if 1 passes.
That is mentioned at the bottom.
Oh, okay. He didn't know that he'd done that. So.
Does everybody understand that? Okay.
Questions about Proposal 1 requiring membership to hold executive position? This was an oversight in the original language. If you're a member of the party, you're eligible to hold party office. Prior to this, you could hold party office and not necessarily be a member of the party, which didn't seem quite sensible.
The large one.
Yeah. Proposal 2. This is one in which many of the affiliates take their own position. The National Party does not require you be a member of the National Party to be a delegate to the National Convention. I happen to think that's also silly. But the original formation of the National Party was not the way you might think, with the National Party formed and then it sponsoring and contributing to the organization of each of the 50 plus 1 affiliates. In fact, there were affiliates to the National Party before there was a National Party. And there's an awful lot of emotion invested in the pride some of those affiliates feel for having been there first or before the National Party. The result is a sort of federalization of the party in which National Party can say some things, but the states are free to say other things about other issues. And one of those is, what do you have to be a member of to be a delegate to the National Party? It's mostly those original affiliates who insist that you don't have to be a member of the National Party to have a say in where the National Party goes. I'm not one of them. And what this proposal 2 says is Idaho requires that if you're going to assume responsibility for having a say in where the National Party goes, yes, we are going to require that you be a member of the National Party.
Request for information.
Yep.
Does the number of National Party members in your state affect how many delegates your state can send to the National Party?
I don't know.
Repeat.
Does the number of dues-paying national members in your state affect the number of delegates your state can send to national?
Yes, because registration varies from state to state. The National Party recognized early on that we could not make registration as a libertarian the defining characteristic that got you a certain number of delegates to the National Party. Therefore, we are a membership organization. And the count is how many National Party members you have determines how many delegates you can send to a national convention. Again, because each state might have its own floating, inconsistent definition of who is a member of the state party, but the National Party as the unifying organization has one definition for a member of the National Party.
So by requiring delegates to be members of national, you're in some sense incentivizing the improvement of your state's representation at national. Would that be correct?
Yes. And also, the proposal here requires that if you want to be a delegate to the national convention, not only must you be a member of the National Party, you must be a member of the Idaho Party.
Any more questions on that? Okay.
Proposal 3 is a clarification of what is sometimes referred to as the non-aggression principle. It's mistakenly called a pledge or an oath. It is not that. It's simply a statement of position you take. And we find it useful for the position that a person in this state takes to be commensurable with the position that a person takes in another state. So if you are a libertarian by this definition, you are a libertarian anywhere in the country by the same definition, which is the definition adopted by the National Party. Primarily so that there is no ambiguity or an opportunity for Idaho to take a left turn where other affiliates have taken a right turn, or vice versa. Proposal 4 removes the voter registration requirement and it combines 2 sections because of the simplification process.
Say something on that?
Sure.
Right. So the rationale behind it is Idaho is a pretty small or a Republican stronghold. So talking to people, they found that they didn't want to register Libertarian because it was too much of a hassle to vote in their primaries, or they would lose their chance to vote for a Republican in a primary, which was essentially the only vote they get for who's going to represent their county. Because in small town Idaho, you don't have Democrats running. It's 2 different Republicans, so the primary is essentially the general vote. And so by requiring that, we were losing some membership of people like, it was just too much of a hassle. So hopefully it'll help us gain more members, that come to convention.
And part of the process of growing is eventually throwing our weight around, but we don't have enough weight to throw around yet.
Request for information.
Yep.
I believe this is accurate, but is it true that prior to 2021's changes to the bylaws, we did not require affiliation with a particular party to be a member in good standing of our state party? Are we basically, wouldn't this basically revert things back to how they were in 2020? I'm sorry, maybe I'm not phrasing this well.
No, I get, so before the first bylaw change in 2020, it used to be that you didn't have to register as a libertarian, is what you're saying, correct?
Yeah, this whole.
And we're just reverting it back?
Yeah, we added that in 2021 and we're going back to the way it was in 2020 where you no longer have to be ballot registered libertarian.
I'm not sure.
my memory doesn't go back that far.
Okay, great.
But if that was the case,
I'm pretty sure that's the case. I just don't know how to, this request for information, how do you just like speak up and offer information in parliamentary procedure?
I
Dan?
think they changed it to requested for information so that people don't do that, apparently.
Yes. It was being exploited too often to have debate when debate had been closed, but it was still possible to ask for information.
You're good, keep volunteering.
Okay, is there any more questions about that? It's pretty
I have-
straight. Oh,
We're
yes.
on proposal 4, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are we having individuals who are a member of the party who can't vote in elections at all?
No, so
Because down at the
It's-
bottom, it says 16 years of age. 16-year-olds can't vote in the general elections.
well,
So how does that work?
Is this a typo? Should it be 18? I don't know. Can we get Matt on the phone?
I'm trying to remember, well, because if I understand right, you don't have to be registered as anything. So it doesn't
Up
matter.
here at the top, it says qualified elector.
You can't be both a
Yeah,
qualified
that's
elector
true.
and
And
16.
exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say.
it's
you can.
just a mistake then, yeah.
At least we're consistent.
Hey Matt, could you potentially clarify on speakerphone whether it's a mistake in proposal 4 of the bylaws and rules committee report that we've said that someone must be at least 16 years of age and also a qualified elector, and that it should have read 18 years of age and a qualified elector? I'll put you on speakerphone. Okay, hold on. Go ahead and talk. That's not right. That's not right.
Yeah, that's your mic.
Oh,
Well,
well, nobody
sorry.
can hear it.
Yes.
Testing. Okay, you're ready.
Okay, so going off my memory right now, I don't have the document for me, but I'm pretty sure that our intent with this amendment was it would be resident of Idaho rather than qualified elector and at least 16 years of age. And so to answer the question that came from the body, yes, there would be people who could be members of the party who are not yet eligible to vote in federal elections. It was a deliberate decision on our part.
Oh, good, because the top's the prior language.
Well, the new language
But it
says
still
as,
says, as defined by Idaho state law.
so is 16 defined as Idaho state law?
Well,
Not
so
to
it's as defined by Idaho state law, is a resident of Idaho and is 16 years of age.
So it's all of them together, they're not, it has to be, you have to be one or the other of those, or all three, I guess.
Yeah, you need to satisfy all of those requirements, but I don't think it includes qualified elector.
But it's the state law.
Yes, defined by Idaho
State
state
law.
law. It's-
I can't
That's
see
what
the
I'm
document.
wondering.
Here. So it says, as defined by Idaho state law, is a resident of Idaho and at least 16 years of age, and is in good standing of the party. So if state law,
So that's just accepting the definition of resident and age from Idaho state law.
And it does appear that the qualified elector language is being stricken by this change. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So then we should have struck it in the top of this proposal then.
well, that's the prior language up in the top one. The new language for what it would change to is down at the bottom.
I think we're good, Matt. Thanks for your clarification.
Does that make
I
sense?
do.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Matt said it was the intention that the committee that met did want to
Through the, yeah.
allow 16-year-olds to be members of the party.
So I
Well,
don't
Idaho
know.
Secretary of State's website says at least 16 years of age
So this is compliant.
as a
with-
voter
Yeah,
registration.
that
Yes.
seems to be the case.
So that, yeah, so he's just
Conforming
saying
to
as
Idaho
defined
law.
by Idaho state law.
Okay.
So you can register to vote in the state before you can actually vote.
Seems like it.
Maybe they were thinking down the road that it would be lowered from 18 to 16.
Yeah, I mean, they tax 16-year-olds.
Or it was 16 when they made the law and it changed to 18 and they never changed the old language.
Well, it used to be 21.
I don't know the formal interruption, but I was just thinking, probably moving forward for the sake of Matt, if we just kind of jot notes down on all of them
And
as we're
call
going
one at
through
a
and then
time,
call them
yeah.
all at once.
Okay.
Is there any more questions, or we'll try and maybe do a little more digging, get more clarity, I guess? I don't, and we'll come back to that one.
Proposal 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 are largely simplifications or alignment with Robert's Rules of Order. This is where we got the assistance of a parliamentarian to advise us and guide us in the right language.
So we are now on 9.
9, vice chair language, simplification. Again, that continues the process of striking from the bylaws, especially where the language is already part of Robert's rules, that this is recognized as the duty of this officer or that officer. There's no reason for us to beat a dead pig.
And do we need to mention at the bottom, it is contingent on proposal 7 passing, correct?
Yes. Proposal 10, secretary language simplification. This is one which emerged partially from my discovering, to my chagrin, that I was required to solicit a lawyer for the part. And everybody was in agreement. No, that's not your job. But I did. Treasurer language simplification discovered that this is mostly a translation to simpler language in conjunction or in recognition of Idaho or of Robert's rules. We don't want to overburden an officer. That's one way to scare them away from volunteering. That's something new. This is understanding the agenda specifies a particular report, but it was nowhere mentioned that the treasurer will be responsible for the one actually doing this. Recognizing that the treasurer, as well as most of the other officers, are permitted to seek guidance and assistance in the performance of their job. And it is explicit now in many cases, or at least will be when we adopt these, that means that the officer is not left holding the bag. He can garner the assistance of anyone who will work with him. And that removes an awful lot of the scary part of being an officer. Proposal 12 is basically catching up to history. These are the things that you learn are holes in your bylaws, and you plug them after the fact, and there'll never be another hole again. Proposal 13, we have not had the need to go into executive session. However, Proposal 13 allows for the possibility so that when we have the need, we're not left scrounging or violating the bylaws or not doing what we need to do because we can't.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think we've done it once. We have gone into an executive meeting once.
That may be the case. My memory is
Doesn't matter.
has holes
Yeah.
and flaws. The term executive session means several things. First, it means no minutes are taken that can be released outside of executive session. It means that motions, properly understood, are not allowed. And it means that you need particular specific authority to go into executive session. You can't just do it because you want to do something off the record. The generally understood and accepted reasons for going into executive session are matters to be consulted with counsel, disciplinary matters before they become public. When we get to the point where we have staff staff considerations, which you don't want to make it a matter of public, how much one member of the staff gets paid, for example, or what are the responsibilities of the job. And sometimes conflicts of interest before they become blown over. It may be the case that you can't avoid blowover, in which case the conflict of interest is public. And toward that extent, National Party, for example, requires that all members of the National Committee must state any potential conflicts of interest, and that those are entered into the minutes. It might be the case that a particular conflict of interest is such that it would require discussion in executive session to resolve. There are very few, and usually when they come up, a lawyer will be present to advise you that we have to do this. And when that happens, we have to exclude non-members of the body from the discussion. The secretary puts away his keyboard or pen or whatever, and we have to assign a specific amount of time before going into executive session, because we cannot have a motion to leave executive session. And when it is discovered that that point on the clock has arrived, the body has no choice but to leave executive session. This will not happen often. Convention timing. The main purpose of the change is to disambiguate the language that is in the bylaws currently. You'll notice that it consists of crossing out one part of a sentence and another part of another sentence, and replacing the two of them with language which specifies at a time and place selected by the state central committee, provided that the time selected allows at least 4 months lead time. The main purpose is basically to clarify the lead time and the responsible organization, the responsible part of the party. The lead time is clearly, so we have enough time to schedule the convention and then let everybody know what's going to happen there. This is similar, it's similar to proposal 14. Proposal 15 is a similar one to proposal 14, and it is contingent on 14. And it'll make sure that people have the time to do the necessary paperwork and checkbook work before the convention. Proposal 16 is almost entirely new. It is with respect to a special convention. The new language adds how a special convention can be called and for what purpose. Notice that there is no prior language. It's all new. Proposal 17 explicitly allow remote participation. Again, there's no prior language. It's all new. Proposal 18, quorums for all types of convention.
Question, Dan?
Yep.
On 17, is it a requirement or it just says may? So requirement for the board to have it online?
Or is it an option?
The may indicates it must be provided for.
So it must.
Members don't have to do it,
Well,
but the
that's-
organizers of the convention have to allow for the possibility.
Because it doesn't say that, but I assume with it being in here, then it's therefore a requirement.
Except, I guess, if the organizers cannot do it, and that inability is made clear in the call to the convention, then the may clause is inoperative. Because it says by a method which allows. it would, I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking that it does require that the organizers provide for it.
And they would be allowed to vote.
Communicate and participate as if they were present. That would seem to suggest voting and making motions in debate. Yes.
Eric?
So getting to that, for example, when we broke apart here into the regions, that would be very difficult to manage with remote viewers having the ability to vote. Is there anything we could do to try to make that process easier? Just, I want to spit that out there. We need to think of how to.
I think the organizers of the convention would have to include that in their logistics. Whether that means simply that they provide that everybody be connected via phone during the caucus, or if it would be require something more substantive, the way we would have people connected via Zoom and in a hybrid meeting. I think it's whatever works.
Zach?
Yeah, I just, as the IT committee chairman and having just tried to set up just the live stream today and just some very basic technological stuff for this setup and Eric's, his mention of the regional caucus issues, I'm worried that this text does force it to occur. And a lot of this kind of came about as a scramble because, you know, we had the 2020 convention there in Nampa, Idaho at a restaurant. And I think we tried to accommodate some remote participation at the restaurant via Zoom in the height of COVID world. And I remember it being quite the mess to manage it. And it was very difficult to like get people to be heard and like, especially if you're trying to live stream the whole thing. Like, I don't know, I'm worried about this being mandatory. And I know we aren't necessarily digging into every single thing right now, but I think it's going to be hard to do and hard to allow that participation mixed with people in person and also accommodate things like live streaming the entire shebang. It's just
And voting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's complex.
I have a couple bones to pick with this that I'll discuss after lunch.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll have time to debate.
Because I'm
Yes.
not,
It looks
I'm a
like
hard
this
no.
is one that will not pass as written by on a voice vote with no objection. This is one that obviously is a stumbling block.
Yeah, if you have concerns, write them down, because we will have debate on all of these probably after lunch when we get back. So make sure you write anything down.
There's a tendency in writing legal language between brevity and clarity. And this proposal may have erred too tightly to the side of brevity. Quorum for all types of conventions, I believe this is implemented simply by the deletion of the word regular in the two places in which it occurs. And that seems to be all. It means that special conventions, which are created by Proposal 16, would be included under the same quorum requirements as regular conventions. So that we don't have to know which kind of convention we're at when the issue of quorum comes up. It's basically a simplification. Proposal 19 seems long because it's shuffling language around as well as deleting some language. But it's moving the region definitions into their own article, basically.
and providing and fulfilling vacancies.
Yes. And that's basically section 3. In the event of a vacancy, the party chair can call a caucus. Proposal 20, the word cleanup is the operative word. Proposal 21 is one of those things that there's, or is dependent on the complexities of state law with respect to political parties and the existence of the state central committee.
So, are we able to comment on these or wait till later?
If you have a question, go ahead.
Okay. So I think this is the one that I had a concern about because we went through a lot of this in our turmoil last year related to conflicts between Idaho statutes and our bylaws. Are we seeing here that this says that they can vote the officers of the party as members of the state central committee? Or is that only in the explanatory text?
It says that.
Which part does it say that they can vote?
And shall be members ex officio.
Does it change or do anything?
It's added.
Yeah.
That is
And
new-
shall be
that is-
members
that is
ex
new language.
officio of the state central committee. So basically,
Go ahead, sorry.
you're fine. So Idaho statutes, they have it's Title 34, Chapter 5. I don't know which section, but it's the section which defines the state central committee. And it lists, I'll probably find it while I'm talking, but it very specifically enumerates the members of the state central committee. And it says that they are composed of very specific members and that those members can vote. And it says that those are the chairman of all legislative district central committees, the chairman, vice chairman, state committee man, and state committee woman of all county central committees. And that those are the members of the state central committee and that they are entitled to a vote. I reviewed this last night, so I'm here on quoting it verbatim. And so we have a conflict where our bylaws have said that the officers of the party are members and can vote on the state central committee, but that's in conflict with statutes. So if we did this, and I think in the explanatory text there, at the very bottom paragraph, it says that it appears to contradict state law, but the Republicans do it this way and so do the Democrats. When we get to this point, I would like to add just a tiny bit of clarifying text to this, where we explicitly declare that we are intentionally doing this, that specific section of Idaho statutes notwithstanding. So we're gonna keep letting the 4 officers of the party vote, but as it says here, but we want to make it clear that, because like you kind of got to decide when resolving disputes and things, which wins, the statutes or the bylaws. And normally I say the statutes win, but here I think we're trying to be explicit that we want the bylaws to win. We want the 4 officers of the party to vote like the Republicans and Democrats do in their parties in contravention to state law. So when we get to this point, I would like to just have a little friendly agreement with it.
If you notice, there is a different set of language if the body decides that they don't want the officers to be on the state central committee and vote. So there is
it says that we don't want them to vote.
Yeah, there is a clarifying language, so there's language whatever way you want to go about it.
Okay. When we get there, we'll figure out the specifics, but just note that needs to be resolved.
In the meantime, it might be helpful to consult a parliamentary lawyer to ask if such language as nevertheless or notwithstanding exposes the party by virtue of thumbing our nose at state law to problems. And would it be a defense that would be satisfactory to say the Republicans and Democrats are in the same boat?
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but it doesn't seem like a good idea to like announce that you know your committee.
I just know people are gonna look at these bylaws in 6 years without any explanatory notes. And they're gonna be like, well, this conflicts with state law, what do we think? And at
Yes.
least if our intention is made clear, either direction, that's all I want.
That may be sufficient, but I think we would need to seek some guidance on this
So
matter.
that's Idaho statutes, Title 34, Chapter 5, it's section, so it's 34-504.
I don't know if any of you have any friends who can be consulted in this matter.
Also,
Our lawyer won't call us back.
related to that, because there was disagreement on what superseded what. Did we clarify that statutes?
It's implicit in Robert's rules.
But it was questioned pretty heavily, and
Yeah,
so I just wonder if there's value in adding clarity here.
yeah, let's just get through these and we'll have plenty of time to debate them after.
There are places in Robert's rules where it is explicit that there's the ability of a body to pursue differing language might be subject to state law. Proposal 22 probably falls under the same category, filling vacancies of county and legislative district central committee chair. New language is much, much shorter than the existing language. And the rationale makes it, or attempts to make it all clear. Again, based on party membership rather than on an election system, which is unlikely to yield many precinct committeemen. To what extent would implementing this and then following through on it expose us to legal action?
Yeah, I have the same concerns about this one. It violates stuff in Title 34, Chapter 5 of Idaho statutes, where it defines how things happen, so we gotta decide which wins.
This represents a degree to which the questions or the discussions that we had in the Bylaws and Rules Committee could not be resolved within the committee. Proposal 23 goes way down in the opposite direction, slightly renames the committee. Creating the audit committee. This is one we don't have, but as we move forward, we're dealing with amounts of money and responsibility for properly handling those funds that suggest that sooner or later, we're going to need an audit committee because we're going to need an audit. And this gives us advanced guidance before we hit that crisis. Proposal 25 consists of adding 2 paragraphs and removing 3 paragraphs. The holdover from the party's original formation in 1976 has guided us in the messy process going forward. The new language tends to emulate those that are in national. Proposal 26, clarifying judicial committee duties and authorities. Disputes is simply too soft a word. Changing it to complaints makes it a little more explicit and limits the range of possibilities. Disputes could be as simple as not being able to agree on where you're going to adjourn to have lunch. Whereas complaints refer specifically to language that suggests that someone is acting in a way that is not appropriate for a libertarian. And it also deals with such matters as expulsion and suspension of a member. Proposal 27, remove time limits for judicial committee replacements. Proposal 28 adds to the judicial committee the ability to hear challenge to the party's planks in the platform. In the absence of the party's platform, this is a non-entity, but because we do expect to have a party platform, suddenly we need to provide for the path by which what we say in the platform can be challenged through appropriate vehicles.
Quick question, request for information, the statement of principles, this is a reference to the Libertarian Party, Libertarian National Committee statement of principles?
Yes, the proposal under discussion so far by the, in the bylaws, in the platform committee, has been to copy the national statement of principles verbatim. So this would not elicit any difference or challenge because of the difference thereof. If we want to have our platform not have a statement of principles, that's one way of simplifying the process. But if we like the structure of national platform with a statement of principles that is overarching and touches only on the principles and the reason why we are the Libertarian Party, then we don't want to elicit people questioning why is our statement of principles different from nationals. Judicial Committee rules and procedures. Turns out this has already been done, but what we're proposing is to insert language which says what was done was okay and appropriate. Specifically, last year when we actually created and populated the Judicial Committee, I noted that national bylaws provide for an explicit statement of the rules of procedures that the Judicial Committee would adopt. The argument is simply, it's a good idea to have rules before it becomes important that you use those rules, because it makes for having the need for the rules before the rules are in place makes for the possibility of changing the rules of the game while the game is right in the middle. And that's not a good policy to have. So the addition to the language requires what the Judicial Committee has already done, which is to adopt a set of procedures and rules that everybody will know beforehand they will use during their procedures, their debates. And all this does is backfill the requirement that there be such a document. Proposal 30 is clarification on the Legislative Watch Committee. It adds the sentence with the help and cooperation of the Executive Board, and so on. I hope that the Legislative Watch Committee will turn out to be one of the more important bodies of the Libertarian Party of Idaho. It will serve to galvanize not just candidates, but local groups of people who will argue that what the legislature proposes should not be allowed to stand.
I'll note that Matt Losby has been heading up that Legislative Watch Committee, and in the last legislative session has been putting out regular reports on the LPID Substack that review all the legislation coming out of the legislature. So there's already a good foundation for work done on that committee.
Amanda as well.
Sorry.
Proposal 31, other committees cleanup. Proposal 32, parliamentary authority update. This was one of those that was referenced or recommended by the parliamentarian who guided the bylaws committee. And notice the language in which they are not inconsistent with state and federal laws. This was basically Robert's Rules escape clause. Proposal 33, amendment process. This is what provides the teeth to a special committee if the purpose of the special convention rather, if the purpose is to fix an urgent fix in the bylaws that we can't wait for a convention for. A special committee can be called, and this says how the process of amending the bylaws will be conducted and announced. The fear with respect to special conventions, especially, for example, at the national level with the Constitution, is that a special convention will turn into a runaway convention because, after all, that's what happened. The special convention to amend the Articles of Confederation turned into a convention that tore out the Articles of Confederation and proposed a whole new document. We hope that doesn't happen again, but everybody who says we need a special convention, for example, to propose a balanced budget amendment, will turn into a runaway convention. And there are ways of protecting against that. And what we try to do here is assert what those limitations can be. And then finally, the default order of business of convention. We've added a few. These are basically discoveries of things that we missed that we now need to include. But the good news is we don't always have everything. And the proviso is important because that says that this order of business will not take effect instantly upon adoption, which is the default for bylaws amendments, but it will wait until this convention is over. So again, we don't change the rules of the game in the middle of the game.
There's 35.
And 35. Balloting process at conventions is also 36. And balloting for endorsements. In the first case, voting shall be done by ballot, but note that this is a rule. Rules can be suspended by 2/3. If everybody agrees, we can have a voice vote. But the default is voting by ballot. And so on, a similar reverse default is in the balloting for endorsements. An awful lot of stuff to digest. Now we can go digest it.
You guys, you want to do another raffle before we go to lunch?
Yes.
Somebody would
Do
have
a couple of them. We're going through this all pretty fast.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to be doing like 20 raffles in a row.
Okay, keep drawing. What?
What are we raffling off?
One of these books. You want to do all three?
All three. Let's do all three.
All three.
Okay, what do we have? We have
Who gets the homework?
The Law,
good one.
By Frederick Bastiat.
Economics in One Lesson, and the White Pill.
Michael Morris.
Okay.
I have lots of books in my library that I've already read.
Which really is
Right. I'm going to read off the last four. 0093. 0093.
That's me, but draw another one because I'm the one who donated this.
Okay. Recycle.
Dig deep.
Zero 005. That's me. That feels disingenuous. Should I throw it back?
We accept the legitimacy.
If you paid for tickets, then.
Yes.
Do you want to donate the ones that we already have to someone who doesn't have them? That's what I would like to do.
I don't have the law, but I have both. I'm going to keep.
We have 2 copies of.
You have
the
2
first
copies.
Yeah.
Who would like these books? These are great books.
Yeah, Economics in One Lesson is great for reaching people who don't know econ but want to know, and the White Pill is all about learning how terrible the USSR was.
Let's do another one of Dan's books, and then we'll save the rest and use them to try to break up bylaws so it doesn't get too.
Soporific.
Yeah. Save all the big stuff to last.
0071.
I have an autographed copy, so I can.
This is so funny.
Does somebody want this autographed copy? Come receive it from Dan after he signed it.
You want to do this one more? How many things do we got?
Never mind, I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 11:28. How long do you guys think we want to do for lunch? We're back by 1. Gives you an hour and a half.
That sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
So everybody can do the bylaws and we get lunch. And so if everybody's good, we'll reconvene at 1:30.
1:30 or
Is that a group lunch or is that dinner or what's?
That's tonight.
Dinner.
We're on our own.
Oh, we're in recess till 1:30.
So 2 hours.
Well,
So
wait,
recess
it's
till
11:30. No, or 1. Sorry, we're in recess till 1. 1 o'clock.
will leave it out as a matter of fact. But I cut and paste the text from Chicago Manual Style, which is Robert Collins, chose an editorial standard. And I know from her again, the second time I did it.
Bylaws specifically allow for it. So we kind of like violated the rules in 2020.
Yes.
So then in
Yeah.
2021, we kind of hastily slapped out some stuff, talking about this.
Jason, would you be able to pull up, would you be able to get the language on the screen so that people can see the amended typed out on the big screen?
Yeah,
I'm only saying it just as your liberty as fair as possible to everybody, but.
Everybody, we're gonna start here in a minute. You wanna get in your seats?
Yes.
Who are we missing?
Wilson went home, but he was on voting.
Hey, David,
Yes.
ask Zach. He would be the one too.
We're missing one person, aren't we?
No?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
That's it.
That's it. 14 is,
I thought we had 15.
no, 14.
Okay, never mind, shut up.
I think you should share this section, the actual.
Okay. Oh, we have to vote on the compiler's resolution first, right? Yes. That will be number one.
No.
Well,
Or number one is,
but I mean, we'll vote on it before.
yes, where is it?
That's right.
Oh.
So we want to do it first?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're gonna reconvene. It's 1:04. And now we're gonna start on the fun part of the bylaws. The first order would be the compiler's resolution. If you look, it's on the first page of the bylaws committee report. It's basically just saying that everything we vote on, if it has a grammar error or it misses a comma or something gets spelled wrong, we can fix it without having to re-vote on it.
Or go back to a special convention for the purpose.
Yeah. And we can do these all just by voice vote.
I think so, yes.
All in favor for passing the compiler's resolution, raise your hand. Any objection? Passes. All right, moving on to proposal 1, which is the membership, requiring membership to hold executive position. Is there any debate on this? Does anyone want to talk to it before we vote? All in favor? Any objection? Proposal 1 passes. All right, proposal number 2, requiring national membership to be a delegate to national. Is there any debate? Anybody want to speak to it? Okay. All in favor? Raise your hand. Any objection? All right, passes. Number 3, non-aggression principle phrasing. Anybody want to debate? Okay.
Oh, yeah, actually I do. I don't really want to debate too much, but we did just have a thought about something else we were just discussing on the break regarding whether or not we ought to rely on the national party's stuff so that if we're looking at something in our bylaws, should we have to then consult another document to know what our bylaws mean? And we don't have a platform, and we simply just are adopting the platform. Oh, sorry. Sorry. We're adopting the NAP statement that's put out by the National Party, and we don't have the text of the NAP statement that's put out by the National Party in our bylaws. Then we have to go and consult the National Party's NAP statement, which I assume is in their rules.
It's only in the platform.
Oh. So if you guys are fine referring to the platform of the National Party and its statement in support of the non-aggression principle, then great. Otherwise, maybe we want to add that text. It's not really so much debate as I don't know what's best.
Is your concern that their wording of it may change, or?
The effort to go through and have to look it up in a separate document.
Somebody else made a comment about setting a date based on of our convention based on the date of the national convention, and how that's a bad idea, because what if they cease to exist? Then like, how do we even have a convention if ours is contingent on theirs? And also it's just like, we should just be able to quickly review our bylaws and know exactly what we're supposed to do without having to consult something else, is what was said. I don't know if that applies here, but
a solution which may have the same effect as currently intended without the confusion, without having to look up a separate document. Maybe if we just lifted their word entirely and put it in our bylaws.
that's what I was saying, basically, as an option.
Yes, as a former programmer, I'm also aware of the difficulty of doing the same thing in two different places in your code. And then if you change it in one place and don't remember to change it in the other, whereas if you simply change one to be a reference to the other, then you're golden. Whatever happens to the other one, either changed or not changed, you're always going to be consistent. Now, the non-aggression principle isn't the statement of principles. The non-aggression principle is the certification, the statement that you do not believe in or advocate, et cetera, and that is in their national bylaws.
Oh, it is in their, it's in their rules document?
Bylaws.
Oh, okay. Is it public now?
Well,
And in fact, it got there. I remember, because I was on the national committee at the time, because a few states were searching for alternative language. And they appealed to the national committee. The national committee created a committee to review all alternative proposals and whittle the eligible alternative proposals to just fewer than half a dozen, which didn't satisfy these other states, but at least they got the answer.
I'm just putting up a later proposal bit of text for David's sake. It's not for this moment.
is there any more debate on it? Move to vote on it, I guess. Yep. All those in favor of proposal 3, raise your hand. All those opposed? Proposal 3 passes. Proposal number 4, remove voter registration requirement and combine section 4 into section 2. Any debate? Any questions? All in favor? Any opposed? Proposal 4 passes. Proposal number 5, removing redundant requirements for officers.
This was already done as part of
Oh,
proposal
number
1.
1, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Thank you, Dan. Proposal number 6, rephrase non-duplication of office.
Using language from Robert's rules, suggested by.
Oh, yeah. Any debate? All in favor? Any objection? Motion, or proposal 6 passes. Or where's number 7? Oh, proposal 7, refer to parliamentary authority for officer duties. Just gonna assume there's no debate. Let's, everybody,
You can't instruct the
Yeah.
delegates to raise their hands.
all in favor? That's the words I was looking for. All in favor? Any opposed? Proposal 7 passes. Proposal 8, simplification of chair language, replacement done by State Central Committee. This proposal, we passed 7, so we can do this one. Any debate? All those in favor? Any objection? Proposal passes. Proposal 9, vice chair language simplification. All those in favor? Or do you want to debate?
I don't want to, but you should ask for it.
Sorry. Is there any debate? All in favor? Any objection? Proposal passes. Number 10, secretary language simplification, remove duty of getting attorneys for the party. Any debate? All in favor? Is there anyone, any objection?
Thank
Proposal
you.
passes.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. No, I'm kidding.
Proposal 11, treasurer language simplifications. Is there any debate? All in favor? Any objection? Proposal passes. Number 12, clarification of requirements for former officers. Is there any debate? All in favor? Is there any objection? Okay. Proposal 12 passes. Proposal 13, explicit permission for executive session. Is there any debate? All those in favor? Excellent. Any objection? Okay. Proposal 13 passes.
Now we have some fun.
Yeah. Proposal 14,
Hopefully
David.
not too much fun.
Convention timing.
This is a convention after all. Can't do much.
Yeah. There's been, David, I'll just call on you.
I move to amend the language. It's a friendly amendment.
No such thing.
I swear. So the proposed amendment is on the screen. The additional language is in red.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all part of my plan. You only see it for 3 seconds.
Speaking about convention
Not friendly
timing.
enough.
It's not friendly enough. So the original language, which is in the packet, in your binder, states, regular convention shall be held each year at a time and place selected by the State Central Committee. My proposed change to the language would be regular conventions shall be held each year in the month of March at a time and place selected by the State Central Committee. And then if I may speak to why I want to do this. There's a few different points here. So first of all, what this means is the State Central Committee cannot accidentally or otherwise schedule our state convention to be after the national convention, which would mean that our party would not be able to send delegates to it. Also, the national party has a deadline for when a state affiliate sends the information about its delegates to the national party so that the national party can properly credential all of its delegates from its various states. So we want to make sure that our state convention is in advance of that deadline so that not only does national get proper notification of who our delegates are, but also so that our party, has a reasonable amount of time to get that information and send it to them, at least a few days or something. I believe the deadline is something like 1 month in advance of convention.
Exactly
So-
1 month.
Yeah, exactly 1 month. So March is typically the national convention is going to be in May. And so this would be well in advance of that. It also means that anybody who becomes a delegate to the national convention will have some time to save money to go, because going to national can be a little bit pricey. You might have to get a plane ticket to the other side of the country or something like that, get hotels, et cetera, take time off of work. So this gives delegates time to get their affairs in order so that they can go. Which, you know, granted, if you're intending to become a delegate, generally you'd be trying to do that earlier. But and then it also means that people who are in rural communities, in particular farmers, will more easily be able to attend our state convention, given that the Libertarian Party of Idaho is most likely to have political influence and impact in more sparsely populated rural areas. It makes sense that our convention would be more friendly to people who live in those areas and make it more accessible to them. It also marches earlier in the year, but not so early that, you know, there's a high likelihood of there being inclement weather like snowstorms and stuff preventing travel. There are some, but it's not, you know, wouldn't be as bad as February or something. And then finally, by referencing March specifically, this maintains the Idaho Party being separate from national, in the sense that if the national party magically ceases to exist, we still know when our convention is, so that aspect remains unchanged. So,
I have another point to add to yours too.
sure.
So April is the start of our tourist season up here, so if we did hold it in March, when it is in Region 1, it would be cheaper for our visiting members to come up in here and stay.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's a
April
good, that's
1st
a
is the
good point.
beginning, where it raises, jacks up all of our pricing here.
And I don't think
Question
they're-
for a subject matter expert: is March farmer friendly? For me.
There is no such thing as farmer friendly. It is better. I've brought this point up. This is probably the one bylaw that I was most anxious about, because it is kind of a thing for me to say, yeah, I'd much rather, it's much easier for me to go in March. This year was okay because it's still winter in April for some reason. But on a normal year, we're way into farming by April. So, yeah.
I don't think there are any major holidays in March, are there?
St. Patrick's Day.
That's not.
Maybe for you.
Why did that? What are you all about over there? The other guy asked, are you?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Leprechaun,
But the
unfriendly,
amendment
whatever.
takes a majority.
So we have to vote on the amendment. Thanks, vote on that.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any more debate on this?
I just have a question, as a matter of fact.
Absolutely.
Should shall be read as definitive or is it suggested? So should shall be read as will, or it is potential, like it's suggested that it's held at this time? Is there anything blocking that in, saying this absolutely has to happen?
Yeah,
I think,
legal
I
language.
think, I think it's more, shall is more of an imperative.
Yeah.
If it was an optional, it would be may or might.
Yeah, my understanding is that shall is you must do it this way.
Yes, that's exactly.
Doesn't
right.
Rotary even touch on the subject?
I don't know.
But I think this is good language, actually.
Any more debate? Okay, so just so everybody's clear, we're gonna vote on the amendment, and then we will vote on the proposal if it's amended or not, correct?
Correct.
So right now, we're voting on to amend proposal 14.
Do we have a second?
We took the debate, yes. Yeah, so we're gonna vote to add the language.
Technically, should have asked for a second as soon as you finished presenting your motion.
I would have seconded it.
Does anybody want to second it?
I second it.
Okay. We were right. All right. All those in favor? Any opposed?
It's my birthday month.
The ayes have it. All right, now we're gonna vote, or we're
I'll
on
never
proposal
forget this, Reese.
14 that is changed to this wording now. I don't think there's any debate, but I'll ask. All right, all in favor? Any objection? Oh, I love this. All right. Proposal 14 passes. Proposal 15, relative time window for convention qualifications. Is there any debate or questions? All those in favor? Any objection? All right, proposal 15 passes. 16, allow for special conventions. Any debate? All in favor? Okay, any objection? All right, proposal 16 passes. Proposal 17, to allow remote participation explicitly. Any debate?
Yes.
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 All right, I'm excited. I need something to do. Who wants to go first? For Belinda?
So it says members may attend the conventions remotely by a method which allows for. There's no language in there that provides for that being mandated, that it be available. So there's nothing in there saying that that method shall be available to those who may attend.
Zach?
Mr. Chair, yeah. I disagree with that interpretation. I think it gives the members the option to attend remotely, but
There's nothing in there saying.
it gives the members permission to do it remotely. Therefore, provision for them to do it remotely must exist. Therefore, it is mandatory that the board or those in the Convention Oversight Committee make a mechanism by which it can occur. So it is mandatory to be provided under that language, in my opinion.
If the members have a right to something, it has to be provided. Is
Yeah.
basically what you're saying? Yeah.
And then my overall thoughts on it, I don't know, I can go both ways on it, to be honest. It will be much more difficult to do. Thinking about it more, maybe next time we have to have a projector screen that has something like Zoom or Teams or any other kind of a group meeting thing where you can see people's faces and have them piped into the PA in some way. In this particular room we're in, we have no way to hook into the PA except for the 2 remote wireless microphones they provided us. So that would mean it would have to be a laptop with its speakers touching a microphone. And then maybe when anybody speaks, one of those talking faces on the projector, we actually hear them through the PA or something. There's a lot to that. There's that aspect of like, how do we get them to profitably interact with us and be able to engage with the body here physically present? Also, today at credentials, this is going to be simplified potentially by some changes that we have coming in later proposals, but today's credentialing was quite difficult. I gave Dan 2 spreadsheets, each with about 1 million rows in them, of the Secretary of State voter registration database, and a 3rd spreadsheet of donors, because we have very specific requirements for who's allowed to vote today. And as people came in rather rapidly, because we were all already here, most of us, it's already a tough enough thing to do that credentialing in person. And there's things that we have to think about logistically quite carefully, and especially us, like me being the IT committee chair, of how to accomplish this. And I lean against making it mandatory, but I'm from Northern Idaho, and I know how hard it is to go to the great state of Ada or Idaho Falls for a convention when you have to drive like 12, sometimes up to 12 or even more hours to get somewhere. It's a huge pain. So I don't know what's best. I feel like we ought to not make it mandatory, but then again, if we don't make it mandatory, it probably won't happen because somebody like me is going to be like, that's way too hard. Let's not do it. But like, it is possible, but just if you guys think that it's within reason with your understanding of how group meeting technology works, to have people in a group meeting really interact in a meaningful way with us who are physically present. And also that it would be reasonable to have somebody sit at the credentialing table and be in the ear of the credentialing person about anybody that tries to credential remotely. If that's feasible to you guys, then yeah, let's make it mandatory. If it doesn't seem like it's feasible, then no. I think it's feasible but difficult. So
I mean, hold on, just a second. Just on your point though, if we're worried about you having to drive, why don't we just make it in Boise every year? If we're worried about people having to drive,
Well, people in Coeur d'Alene, it's still
Yeah, but-
ideal to get to Boise.
but it's a lot simpler than like switching it around and one person, if that's the ordeal, it's driving. But anyway, who wants to go next?
So my concerns with this are, so right now we are blessed to have the technical capability of putting something that into play with enough forewarning. What happens if we don't? What happens if we don't have any tech savvy people at the time? Also, credentialing can be difficult online. So I like the idea of doing this, but making it mandatory, like you said, adds a layer of difficulty to the whole situation. And what happens if, for some technical reason or another, we are unable to establish that communication in that rapport? Does that invalidate the convention? Also, what happens when we need to break into the 3 regions and then we're all trying to communicate with our people over the same laptop and we don't have any solid way to pin down what region they're from? And it seems like something that's lovely in theory, but practically speaking would end up with a lot of hangups.
Okay.
So my comments on that?
Hold on just a sec. Chris asked me to go a minute ago.
Oh yeah, no worries. I have a much more fundamental or kind of base level concern about this. I feel like if you are going to attend the convention, steer the path of the party one way or another, there needs to be a little bit of buy-in or skin in the game. I understand that Idaho is a wacky state, and it's hard for us to come down to Boise or Idaho Falls from time to time, but we're asking essentially for 48 hours of your time, once a year. If you want to, my personal belief is if you want to make the decisions, show up, hitch a ride, carpool, whatever you have to do, bum a couch, and just do it. I mean,
You, Dan?
What I'm going to say actually does not involve taking sides in this, although I already have a side. I would simply like to point out toward the end of patting ourselves on the back very carefully and very gently and enthusiastically, when this debate happens at the level of Congress, where they tell the states, you make it happen, we don't care how, or the states tell the municipalities or the school districts, here's what you have to do, we're not responsible for your making you do it. We actually care about mandating something be done, and then the difficulty, the challenge of accomplishing it. Just because it's mandated doesn't mean it's going to happen. And I would like to let us commend ourselves for thinking instead not just about ourselves, but about the people who are going to be affected by this proposal.
So I actually use this type of technology almost on a weekly basis because as a driver for an independent company, we've got 9 drivers and we're all over the place and we have to meet with our office people on occasion. And they have this thing set up in the boardroom where you can have, and it's on Teams is what I was saying earlier. They have a projector just like this up on the screen, and whoever's face is up there is who's in the meeting. And then they can also, those people see who's sitting in the boardroom and who else is involved in the meeting. And if somebody has something to say, they can wave their hand or whatever. So I think that maybe we're overcomplicating this a little bit, that it's not going to be quite as complicated and involved and expensive. So.
David, you're next.
Oh,
Or
Harry.
Robert, next. Okay, Robert, you're going then, David.
Really small, and anything that you could do that might impede anybody's ability to attend or participate or say whatever they want, whether you disagree or you agree with them, might work against us. So if you can do anything to make it easier, it sucks driving from Amherst. It sucks driving from Coeur d'Alene to Ada County, 100%. Whatever you can do to make it easier for people to access us and the ideas that we are putting forward, I think is maybe the best course of action. Just my opinion.
2 points. First of all, I would say I agree with everything that Chris said with regards to skin in the game. Having been through a number of state conventions and national conventions, I think that that's very important. The other aspect is having gone to the National 2020 Convention where they did a hybrid meeting, my impression of it, having gone through it, is that it adds a layer of complexity. So for example, in particular, a larger convention, you might have a microphone where we were all queuing up waiting to say our piece on the matter. And the chair has to keep track of that. But if we do move to a hybrid model, the chair will not only have to keep track of this queue in the room, but will also have to keep track of a queue that's generated online that may splice with and intermingle with the queue that is here, in order to be fair to the people participating online. Because what happens a lot is people who are participating online, due to the complexity of the situation, may get overlooked or something like that. So it adds a layer of complexity to managing the meeting, not just in terms of the technological issues, but in terms of the members being treated fairly, the way that they should be over the course of the meeting proceeding, and that kind of thing. So that's all I have to say about that.
So maybe this proposal is just not quite complete.
I know it seems like, oh, we're just adding a lot of work, or just a little bit more work. But keep in mind, the people that are going to put on this convention are volunteering their time. It's usually like you may get 3 people that actually contribute to putting on a convention, and it's hard enough. It's hard enough to get a hotel. It's hard enough to get a sound system, to get people to come, to get drinks. And then you're going to add another layer of complexity, so if you want this, be prepared that it's going to be more work on people that, are already. Zach, Robert, David.
Yeah, so I had a thought that when Chris was speaking, it made me think of this. And so like right now, we have our 8 is the majority, is that correct?
What's that?
We have 15 voting people here.
Yes.
14, yeah.
14.
Oh, okay. And we had, all the votes were 9 to 8 at the convention a year ago. So our numbers are not super great right now, and our conventions are relatively small. Can you imagine if half of us that lived in the other parts of the state chose not to attend, yet we had paid to have this hotel convention room here in Coeur d'Alene? Like, I love the sense of, it's frustrating for me to take my family at 4 all the way up to Coeur d'Alene from Nampa and find a place to stay for a few days. But at the same time, there's a sense of camaraderie and being together in one place and kind of hashing things out in person that happens at a convention that we're going to lose if a lot of people have the easy way out excuse to participate remotely. And I didn't even really think about that until Chris started talking. I'm going to say one more thing about this. 2 years ago, I don't believe our bylaws had any provision, the 2020 bylaws, and prior for remote participation at the convention, but we chose to have that anyway during COVID stuff. And that was, so like Robert's Rules of Order says you must have explicit provision for remote participation or else you just can't do it. So we just kind of did it anyway then, even against Robert's Rules of Order. I don't think it was in good faith. And then in 2021, we made some changes to the bylaws to allow some kind of remote participation in some contexts, but I don't think it was very well fleshed out, and it didn't really define it the way Robert's Rules of Order would have wanted us to. And I think the intention here is to, even in the title, it says allow remote participation. The goal here is that we have a way by which we can let that happen if we need to. I just think we need to make a change to it slightly so that it doesn't say that it has to be provided.
You had second guesses.
I'm gonna go ahead and pass. I don't want to be.
No, go ahead.
We have a budget, and I get what you're saying about the camaraderie and bringing people here, and that's all cool. But the point is that to get people to rally around the ideas of liberty, like whether they're here, or whatever. We have a budget. If it's a problem for not for you specifically, but whoever's running IT, you could effectively contract somebody for the day to sort it out, to make sure the PA system's set up, to make sure all the applications are in order. They're there's a specific professional dedicated to that. It wouldn't cost a ton of money, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it. You could say like, oh, Joe Bob's IT guy's got it handled for the day. We don't have to worry about it, you know? Just a thought.
I just wanted to add, the reason why the convention rotates between the regions is because that's one of the changes that we made in 2021.
Yes.
Because, we wanted to make it more fair for people who lived in Region 1 and Region 3 and not just have it be, the Boise party or whatever. So it is the case that we already do have at least some accommodation for people who live in, different areas of Idaho and in terms of making things easier for them. So that is why it is the way it is today.
Todd?
So, yeah, so on first blush, I like the idea of doing the YouTube live stream just for information so people can go a part of it, get educated. But I was thinking of like the national convention. I couldn't go, so I had it on TV, and it was informative, but I'm doing 10 other things, and it's got 20% of my attention. So there's value in doing that, so I wonder if we could soften the wording to say, if we can, to stream it so that somebody can get educated to Robert's point or get into the points. But the more I think about, especially with Chris's comments, it's fine 14 people, as has been mentioned, but it's fine with 14 people. It's manageable, but 20, and then hopefully we grow the party to 100 people. I picture back to the national convention trying to manage voting like that online. It's just intolerable. Plus, yeah, I really like the skin in the game. It's like voting. It's not a right. You want somebody to at least have some basic education of the candidates, who they're voting for, some skin in the game, some participation. You just don't want rubber stamp because they have the best hair looking on camera. It's just unmanageable. Huh?
I appreciate that.
I put that out there just for you.
All right, so we're gonna go since Sterling and then Brian, because you haven't talked. Is that all right, David? Yeah. And then come back to David. So Sterling, Brian, and then David.
Okay, so I think I agree with skin in the game. I agree with camaraderie, making an effort to be here. I drove up from Mountain Home. It's a long way. Roads weren't exactly the best, but I think that there should also be some sort of latitude, because someone not attending won't always just come down to laziness or just lack of effort. You could have a family emergency, or White Bird Hill could be completely snowed out, and you went the wrong way, and so you're not going to make it now. I think there should be some sort of latitude for, and this of course could possibly open the door for some, antagonist chair to, what I mean? Just like say, no, I don't like that guy, so he's not going to participate. But to have the latitude to be like, okay, it's in Boise and, so-and-so tried to make it, they can't, but you know what, we're going to pull up a Zoom feed so that they can participate, so that, because we know they're a member in good faith and they tried to be here, and they're not just some guy who just like, I had a golf game that day or something, But at the same time, I think it is also important to not include language that, if that guy can't make it, that suddenly the entire convention is going to be invalidated because we put that, shall make all reasonable attempts, and then that could be misinterpreted as well. It wasn't reasonable because the hotel Wi-Fi went down and you guys didn't climb into the rafters to fix it. You know what I'm saying? Where, I think there would be a real danger of, depending on how you word such a thing, that someone who's angry that they were left out of a convention could attempt to then invalidate the results of it. But also giving latitude to, a guy who does make every effort and wanted to participate.
Zach, I got you on the list. Brian.
I think my hang up on it is implicit, like, it must be provided, like, especially since we just voted to change the convention to March, like, yes, typically March weather's better, but then you think about, okay, when there's blizzard, we don't actually have the ability to provide that. Is that then on the convention itself? Does that invalidate anything because we couldn't offer it? Like, I think it's a reasonable concern, as well as, I don't know, I think it would be something to explore if there was, say, a fund that we decided, like, hey, we're gonna commit this fund to, remote participation, and so long as that fund is funded, then we can provide this. And that may help people that are interested in remote, so we can do the IT guy showing up and providing all of that. But I think just as it's written right now, I think there's a lot of kind of gray area that may, because I was Zach, it reads like it's mandatory provision.
Is that really, like, from what I'm getting, is that the big hang up, is that we're worried that if we don't have it, like our convention's screwed? Like, no one's against trying, but it's that shall. Is that kind of, am I reading the room right?
My problem with it.
I'll let everybody else talk, but it seems like we're kind of just going in that circle.
I would say I'm against it per se.
Okay.
I think similar.
Oh, you were next, so go ahead.
Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to add is that I've been to like over a half a dozen conventions between states and national. This is by far the smoothest, easiest, nicest convention I've ever been to in my young life. And I'm telling you that this party is small right now, so it's very easy on some level to manage a meeting like this. If we do what we would like to do and grow this party to be larger, eventually there will be contention at state conventions, and contentious meetings are difficult to manage as it is with one group of people for the chair to look at. But when you're adding another layer of people that chair must intersplice in real time with the physical meeting, you're adding yet another layer of difficulty. And you have to think of, like, again, this is the easiest convention I've ever seen. But what if it's contentious? And then on top of it being contentious, you have an online contingent who have rights, and you can't ignore them, and you can't, put them off until later. You have to involve them in real time, because, just like we have a proper queue of people waiting to speak here, those people are in that queue if they're participating online. So I'm just saying it's easier to talk about now while things are easy, but in practice, it's quite difficult, and people get frustrated, and potentially people's rights are kind of trampled, and that kind of thing does happen. So that's another reason why I'm kind of against it. Is it seems like maybe it wouldn't be too bad to manage, but actually it can be quite difficult. If you have a superstar chairman who's like really on top, somebody who can really run a meeting.
So your problem is that I can't run a meeting. That's the whole deal, huh?
No, but I'm saying is that
it sounds really personal.
It's like running.
You should have seen his face when I said antagonistic chair.
Yeah. No, but
That's just because you said it.
What I'm saying is you're asking a lot of the chairman. Now, granted, the secretary could probably help. If I remember right, well, who was present at the 2020 convention in Orlando? I was physically present there. I don't know if you were participating online.
Nope, I was not. I chose not to because I thought it was going to be a disaster.
Okay, yeah. There you go. But like, I was wondering, like, because I don't have a perspective of an online participant of it, so it's harder for me to say. But my impression is that there were lots of people on the online delegation who wanted to do things who just, because of the nature of the beast, kept getting overlooked, because the chair can't be in two places at once, if you know what I mean. So that's.
I can see where it would be worse.
All right, we're gonna go Zach, Chris,
I don't
and
have
then
anything else to say.
you're done. Okay, then we're gonna go to Chris and then Brian.
Mine's really quick. I'm just worried about making rules for the exception. Sterling, I think you made a good point, and maybe even things like if we had like a severely handicapped, physically handicapped person or something, but making rules for the exception can be a slippery slope.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go Brian and then Zach.
And I think to Dave's point too is, by inviting the online portion of it, how much would that kind of back up and kind of violate the contract of this is the time that we have allotted for the day? And then you're running into trying to catch up to comments online, to then trying to have responses to the comments from online. And I think obviously right now is not necessarily an issue as part of grows that could be as well. So.
Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, no, Zach and then David.
Yeah, just touching on your rules of the exception thing though, I don't know that applies here because under Rotor, we can't do this ever unless we explicitly allow us to be able to do it. So we could never accommodate the person that's in the iron lung.
No, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, for the whole, like, oh, well, it was snowed out, so I had to turn back. Unfortunately, it would be in my stance. Sorry.
Just to sort
That
of clarify
sucks.
what I was saying.
Oh,
I was saying more, I was using that as an example.
Yeah.
To not have rules and to have latitude, the chair, who's like, if, we're so small at this point that, if I was on my way up and I couldn't make it, and I really wanted to be there, but, then, it would be really easy to get everybody to, hey, is this guy just trying to create problems and, or whatever, to be like, yeah, we can include him, or no, sorry, man, you just, you didn't make it. That's what I'm trying to say is like, not have a rule and just kind of, if everybody can get together and be like, yeah, we're cool with it, maybe it'll be a little clunky, but the word.
Like voluntary association type of stuff?
Well, we can't do it unless we.
Rather
explicitly
than
allow for it.
creating a rule where
Exactly.
if I get pissed because my car broke down and you're like, sorry, man, you can't, then I can just like start creating issues using a rule to do that.
David and then, or
Yeah.
just go. Just
No, it's
finish.
totally fine.
Okay, David, Zach, and then Chris.
I just wanted to add also, there's a sense in which the online delegation can kind of abuse the in-person delegation because like in 2020, we had an online delegation and an in-person one, and the online delegation basically attempted to like stretch the meetings out and have extra meetings and things like that. Whereas, the delegates who physically came took the time and money to do that. They are essentially constrained by the real world, whereas a virtual participant is not. So like simple matters like we have to get out of this room. We have to pack up our stuff and leave because the hotel is kicking us out. Like there's less of an incentive to accommodate those kinds of concerns, I think, if you're an online delegate. And we kind of saw that start to happen in 2020. So
Zach?
So I'm gonna do something that's a little strange, but I'm gonna make a motion to amend the proposal in a way that I don't necessarily agree with, but I just want to have a flat vote up or down on it to resolve what may be the biggest problem people have with it, which is the kind of shall thing. And then we can get to the main question of whether we like it at all, because I'm kind of leaning toward the opposing it per se. However, I move to amend the proposal to strike the words members may attend conventions remotely, and to instead replace them with accommodation may be made for members to attend conventions remotely. And then that same comma that's there. So my motion is to change the language effectively so that we allow the organizers of the convention to accommodate this, but that we don't mandate that they do so. So at least we could if we want to under Robert's Rules of Order. And again, I don't necessarily support the thing I'm saying. It makes us make an up or down vote on whether the shall issue is the question. So again, strike members may attend conventions remotely, everything leading up to that first comma, and change it to accommodation may be made for members to attend conventions remotely in that same comma.
Okay, hold on. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
that.
Okay, it's been seconded by David or Sterling, one of the two. So, David,
I was first.
so
He likes it more.
At the pleasure of the chair.
Who you grievously offended.
Okay, Robert?
I totally agree with that, except that maybe you should change the language to define a means of deciding whether or not we may or may not, whether it's a floor vote or you need consensus among the board or something, like maybe clarify how you're going to come about whether or not you're going to approve that person participating in that manner.
I think it would fall under the SCC.
So that's something that would have to be determined kind of in advance. So, but it doesn't necessarily require a quorum of everyone, so maybe the board.
The board steers the ship of the party.
Yeah.
It's the board or the SCC.
There's a lot of
And that could, depending on what happens later today, could be one and the same or. All right, so hold on, I gotta get this straight now. Are you offering like a friendly amendment to Zach? Or are we gonna keep it as is? Are you making a motion can you amend amendment? Are you making a motion to amend the amendment?
I'm making a motion for somebody smarter than myself to clarify the language so that you guys have a means to dictate may and how and when and under what circumstances.
I'm questioning my chair abilities now.
Trying to strengthen your power there.
I think you
I
could
get what you're
just
saying.
ask Zach if he would like to alter his proposed language.
Zach,
I think that it's obvious that the board, well, and or the state central committee, because I know there's a lot of.
we're gonna get to that
split their
later.
powers. We already have mechanisms for the party to have our fiduciary bodies decide the general steering of the ship, so to speak. And I don't think we need to put that into writing here, as we don't have to put that into writing in any of the other sentences in the rest of the bylaws about day-to-day operations. So no, I don't want to make any changes to my proposed change to this text.
So your amendment would need a second because we'd have to amend Zach's motion. So are you making a motion?
So it's not that big of a deal to me. I just don't
Okay,
want you
okay.
guys to get caught out.
So if we can clarify, because I have a feeling that somebody may see this and say, it says you may and you didn't, who made that call? I think we should pin it down.
That's what I'm getting at.
So I second the motion.
But you gotta get some word, okay.
Okay.
So
Send the executive board does that.
Okay.
The board's discretion.
So,
hold
At
on
the
a second.
board's discretion.
Let's get this
Absolutely.
clear so everybody watching, and if this has to go to replay, we're clear. So Zach's made an amendment to the motion, and now we're trying to amend Zach's amendment. It's been moved and seconded, but there's not really clear wording.
I'm totally good now that he just said that. I would just say, at the board's discretion,
There you go.
accommodation may be made for conventions.
So you
to be
remove
attended
your
remotely.
motion. Okay.
So that's
Yeah, yeah,
that's now my motion. Do you
thank
want to resecond it, or I don't know how this procedure is.
Second.
Re-second.
It's been seconded.
Yeah.
It's been moved and seconded by Sterling this time.
So everything leading up to what is now the first comma will instead be, at the board's discretion, comma, accommodation may be made for conventions to be attended remotely, comma.
Is everybody clear on that? Do you want to debate it anymore, or you just want to vote on it?
Comments?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just curious from David or Dan or something. Us 14 of us tackling this issue, what are other states
That is a good
Mostly
question.
not.
doing? Not, mostly not, or?
As far as I
Maybe there's some
know,
whiz bang
a lot of them are
chat
not.
GPT that accommodates voting like this, but otherwise.
I don't know of a state that has remote participation.
That's a typo.
And,
that's why I kind of like this one.
okay, and does participation mean voting?
At the board's
Yes.
discretion,
That
You
would
can be a voting member, you can make motions.
I mean, it's
vote.
I mean, it's typo. It's fine.
Okay, guys, let's vote on this.
And here's another challenge. You were counted toward a quorum.
Yes.
So what if you turn off your video?
Or you walk away.
Okay.
Or you turn off your video so that people can't tell whether you walked away or not.
Yeah.
Request for information. Can somebody please read back what, I think I made a typo and I might have said it aloud. what do you currently believe the motion is?
At the
Or
board's
do you want me to
discretion, comma,
rephrase it?
accommodations may be made for members to attend, and I'm putting conventions in there remotely.
That's exactly what I wanted.
So, hold on.
Sorry.
My inserting the conventions was the technical.
Good.
Chris has called the question. Doesn't need a second, does it?
Yes.
Oh, we need a second.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of the
Amendment.
amendment, not the proposal, the amendment to the proposal, raise your hand. Any opposed?
What was
Okay.
it?
amend-
How many
Oh.
were in favor?
All in favor, let's do it again so Dan can see. All in favor?
Looks like a lot.
Sure is not a doubt, man. You don't get to write the number.
Any objection? Okay, amendment passes. So now we're gonna go back to the original proposal, which now, read it back for us, Zach.
It is now, well, the new language after this would read, at the board's discretion, comma, accommodation may be made for members to attend conventions remotely, comma, by a method which allows for the remote members to communicate and participate as if they were present, period. And that would be the entirety of the same language you see there in the new language section on the paper, but now replaced.
I think we've kind of just gone around in a circle debating this, so I'd suggest is everybody cool if we just vote on it? Okay,
So
Big
this
number.
imply, if we're doing what we're doing now, would be invalid because
no,
we're doing some partial method to at least get the information, but there's no way for them to participate.
Well, because of the May language, no.
I'm still trying to just do part of the debate, if that's okay.
If the question's been called.
yeah, I think
Somebody called the
everybody,
question on the proposal?
well, I asked everybody if they were good. It was kind of just a general consensus, so I think we're just gonna,
Okay.
vote on it, so all in favor of proposal 17, raise your hand,
As it's written now, yes.
as it's amended,
As it's amended.
okay? All opposed? Do you need me to count them, or?
It failed.
Yeah.
It needed to get 10.
Okay.
Because it's a
All
bylaw
right.
amendment.
Yeah, so proposal 17 has failed. I don't get to say that very often. Okay. Proposal, you know what? Let's do a raffle. Everybody cool?
Screw it. raffle.
Good tension breaker.
All right.
Though on the bright side, that's as contentious as this has gotten so far.
One piece of silver.
Okay, Ferry,
It's announced, right?
Yeah, I think. Oh, I can't read.
pull one out.
Really mix it up good.
Yeah.
All right, we got 0078.
That is me.
Congratulations.
We're gonna, oh, right here. David, let's do another one.
No double dipping.
Oh, you don't even need to give the coup.
Yeah, did you throw the other one away?
Yeah.
Well, you can keep.
You can keep it. It's a keepsake.
Another one. This
Oh,
one has a
I
well
got a
on it.
Harambe coin. I love it.
What about it?
It
A
has a
humpback
gorilla
well
on it.
contains 1 ounce of 0.9.
29.
I did too. I was
No,
like,
I don't know.
I think that's me.
Oh, that is you. Or it's not me.
Did somebody say a number already?
029.
029. Yes, it is. It's you.
Yes. All right. This worked out well.
Let's do all the silver.
You want to
Is
do
that
all
okay with
this?
you?
Yes.
Yeah, because that would give us
Sure.
3 more items after that. So we got 3 more pieces.
Yeah.
We're going to do the red one.
We also have another one at the end.
Look, so that would get us 4. Let's do all the silver and we'll take another break in a minute.
66.
It's just 06. It's just,
0066.
All right.
Congratulations.
Do you want to show me or are you lying to me? All right, this one is
He knows
this
what
one, this blue one. We're going to do the blue one.
This one is this one.
The
Give yourself
purple
some
and
good
pear.
luck.
Yeah.
120.
Oh,
0120.
0120 is me.
Okay.
I know.
Oh, yeah, it won't be in the bin.
Okay, this one is, well, this one's actually pretty cool. It's like a little gun and rod with a fish.
That's weird.
Rob, if you win this, I'm gonna laugh.
I'll be so mad.
This should be
093.
093.
That is me.
Damn it.
What the heck?
What the heck?
You're there.
Oh, you don't.
You did, right? I'm all
I
in.
trust you. Okay, then we'll break again, because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be another contentious one coming up.
Or two.
Or who knows, maybe we'll need some for tomorrow. I don't know. Okay, what are we on? Helper? Proposal 18, quorum for all types of convention. Any debate?
I propose an amendment
Okay, what's your amendment?
to remove all physical and remote for this, so that it shall read, quorum shall be established by counting all delegates' credentials. That just leaves physical and remote out of it.
I second that.
Solid.
It's been moved and seconded.
District 17, so.
Is there any debate?
Request for information, Mr. Secretary. What is your opinion about the proposed amendment? Would it change as he intended?
What is the intent?
Okay, so I am proposing that it read, quorum for convention shall be more than 1/2 of the eligible members in attendance according to the credentials recorded at the start of the convention. Quorum shall be established by counting all delegates credentialed at the time of the call to order. So removing physical and remote from delegates. So that's just the count of the delegates, however that is established.
But yes, what your intention is, like, why do you want to do it?
Just to remove something that could be argued over.
Right, remove the ambiguity between electronic and physical participation.
So then why not just leave the word physical in there? Remote.
Because we've got the may from the last clause that if.
No, we didn't pass that.
Yeah, we didn't pass that.
Correct, yeah, you're right.
We don't have any provision for remote attendance in the convention.
So, just my own information. If we didn't pass the remote participant, why do we need remote delegates in the next one?
What about like one of the people that are taking office today that are not present?
So what defines a delegate?
Are they considered remote delegates?
No,
they're not delegates.
They're not delegates.
And this is about quorum, which is about how many people have to stay at convention in order for it to continue to do business legitimately. So.
Zach?
At one point, I sent a letter to the previous chairman of the party.
He who shall not be named.
Sure. Well, I specifically was not able to go to the convention in Idaho Falls last year, and I sent an email because I said, hey, it says you got to count quorum by counting all physical and remote delegates. So does not that then imply that remote delegates must therefore be allowed? And they said, well, yeah, we agree that that's pretty ambiguous language, but it's our interpretation that nothing else in the bylaws say we must allow remote participation. So in my own experience, I've seen where this exact text that we're trying to strike here, or that he's trying to strike, and I concur with, actually does cause confusion in the absence of us having a mechanism to allow remote participation, which we decidedly no longer have. So I therefore wholeheartedly support this amendment of the proposal.
Any more? Oh, David?
I call the question.
Okay, is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Question's been called, it's been seconded, so we're gonna vote on the amendment. Do you want to read it one more time?
Remove, quote, physical and remote, unquote.
Okay. All in favor? Cool, any objection? Passes. No, we'll calm down.
Main
Not the
motion
proposal.
We're on the main motion now.
as amended.
So now proposal 18, is there any debate? We didn't really get to debate it. Or, yeah, so anybody want to debate anything else? Are we all good? All in favor of proposal 18? All right. Oh, any objection? Okay, 18 passes. 19. New article describing regions,
It's just cosmetic.
just cosmetic.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe not.
I-
Is there any debate? Zach?
Oh, I just don't, I disagree that it's just cosmetic, it's substantive. Because it adds that section 3, it describes how vacancies may be.
Yeah.
That's substantive, but I like it, it's just not only cosmetic.
Anybody else? Any debate?
I'll add something. So, Zach, feel free to correct me, but in the statute that interacts with this, right, it says that vacancies have to be filled a certain way unless the party establishes a method to replace them.
Oh, that's related for filling vacancies in
On
the
the
office of precinct committeeman and a county central committee.
Okay, so it's not relevant
This
to
is
this.
about the executive board and the regional officers.
Okay.
How long do we want to run this?
This is for maybe another hour.
Okay. All right, is there any more debate? Oh, Zach,
I
sorry.
just have a thought. We've been sitting,
Do you want to take a break? Is that what you're saying?
I would suggest waiting until after this.
Oh, sorry.
No. We've been sitting for quite some time now without 2 of our regional representatives that attend meetings and with no way to replace them in bylaws. So I think it's extremely important that we add this language to allow provision to fill vacancies in the regional officers' positions. So that's it.
I really jumped the gun on that one. Okay. Any more debate? All in favor of, all in favor of 18?
19.
Oh, 19, sorry, 19. Any opposed? All right. Proposal passes. Just out of curiosity, we're gonna take another break. What time, is there any, need to take a break, or is everybody good?
We've only been doing this for about an hour.
It's 2:10.
Yeah. Right. Just thought I'd ask. Okay, so everybody's good. All right. Proposal 20, board meeting cleanup. Is there any debate? If there is debate, or is everybody good?
Okay, so
Point of personal privilege. I think people need time to just look at it. maybe
Oh,
a
yeah.
minute.
the addition, except that the result may be declared when all members have voted. What about if, when sufficient members have voted to declare, to lead the vote to be declared? That way, if one person hasn't voted and no one can get in contact with them, that doesn't hold up the proceedings. That's, I'm just asking.
State that again.
Okay, so the added text, except that the result may be declared when all members have voted. I envision a scenario where one person hasn't voted, can't be reached, the entire rest of everyone is unanimously for or against, and it's going, like it's been decided, but nothing can proceed until that last member has voted. What if that was changed to when sufficient members have voted to declare the results of the vote?
Well, isn't there?
There's a 10-day limit on it.
Yeah, there's a 10-day limit on it.
I dropped the objection.
So the rationale behind this is, so sometimes we'll have a vote and everybody's already voted within 2 days. And then we have to sit there for 10 days. So if we need to rush something through, like something's happened, like we gotta wait 10 days or call special meetings. So it's just to get rid of that, forcing us. It's the same as national, I believe now, correct, Dan? Is that how nationals work?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
It's just an annoying technicality that
Yeah.
there's no way to not let the 10 days elapse.
This was a problem for national in 2020.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that going on.
Okay, any more debate? Okay, all in favor of number 20? Proposal 20? Any objection? All right, 20 passes. And Zach, I'll just call on you now.
Okay. Is this the state central committee one? Or?
I believe so,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me just kind of get back into this. Matt Losby, he's been listening to the live stream. I don't think he is at this point, but he was definitely this morning during the initial presentation of the report. And he wanted me to call him. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at you guys. I'm trying to scroll and find text or something. And he wanted me to call him because he felt I had some misunderstandings of things, and he wanted to go over with me. And I'm going to kind of explain his thoughts on that because he wrote some of this proposed text change and the explanation for it. But first, so I'm just going to read Idaho Statutes 34504. It's not that long. Political parties, organizations, state central committee membership. The state central committee of each political party shall consist of all legislative district chairmen, all county central committee chairmen, all state committee men, which is an office of the county central committee, and state committee women, also an office of it, selected by the county central committees. So, sorry, right? So I'm interspersing things there. So note that that's the chair of the legislative district, each one, the chair of the county, the state committee man from each county, and the state committee woman from each county. And then it says, each of the above members of the state central committee shall be entitled to vote at all meetings of the state central committee. So the statutes have one that they very clearly list 3 people from each county and 1 from each legislative district as the sole members, and also says that those members are entitled to a vote on the state central committee. So if we use this change language, or ultimately the new language section there, this proposal, we would be writing something that we already have our bylaws that contradict that text of that, what I just read. This new text would be even more clearly contradicting it. And then Matt also offered some alternative language in this proposal as an option we might opt to go for. The idea is that this convention body needs to choose. Do we want to allow the officers of the party to be voting members of the state central committee? Even though the statutes say otherwise, or do we want to have text that is in line with what the statutes say? He's comfortable with either direction because both of them resolve some ambiguity. Although he agrees with my thought, and I would move if this is the direction I want to go, but I'm not so sure I do. There's a thought that maybe we add comma at the very end of the new language, comma Idaho statutes, Title 34, Chapter 5, Section 4, notwithstanding. To say that we're intentionally flouting the statute. That's one option. I lean toward not that I love the state or something, but it's just like, I've been operating on this statutes trump bylaws way of thinking about things for the last year with all of our internal party strife and conflicts. And I don't like to suddenly change that precedent. I also don't have a lawyer sitting here present to advise us on whether it would be a good idea to put an explicit, explicitly say we reject the state law right here in our bylaws by saying notwithstanding that. So I'm of the opinion we ought to, for now, go with the alternative text, which would probably be a motion. And then maybe talk in the intervening time, the bylaws committee should maybe talk to somebody who knows more about the legal aspect of this and think about whether we really want to flout the statutes as a party. Let's save that for a later time. I'm not going to make that motion right now. I'll let you guys debate things however you want, but I mean, those are the kind of sides to it. We just need to pick which one we want to do, and we need to be clear so people reading this in 6 years or however many years understands what the goal is here.
Okay.
I'm uncertain, but I'd like to offer the following as an argument in favor of leaving the language in the proposal as it is. If we are ever called to account for doing something that is in violation of the law, the language as it is implicitly includes a certain amount of plausible deniability. The instant we include the language referring to existing law and saying notwithstanding, it can always be argued, we knew we were in defiance of the law and we went ahead anyway. I'm not sure I like to take that significant step. I think leaving it implicit and therefore retaining even the smallest measure of plausible deniability is in our best interest.
I don't think anybody in here is naive enough to think that if the LP of Idaho grows to a big enough size to where we can actually have some teeth, that this would be the exact thing that the state would try to come after the LP of Idaho. And so, for me, Zach's not that I love the state, but if I don't want to put us in a compromising position.
I would just add to that, I'm sure everybody knows that both the Republicans and the Democrats would be perfectly happy to persecute us for something that they themselves are guilty of doing.
Yes, that's
That's
But
what they do.
If you're big enough that they are coming after you, you are big enough to bite back.
That's not necessarily the case.
I
It means that you
mean,
could potentially be a threat.
I mean, like Matt states here, they're both doing it openly. But
So would this be something to have maybe a lawyer look at this statute and see how it applies to us before we change this? And I know we're trying to get all this done in one fell swoop, but it seems to me that the language is kind of, maybe needs to be looked at by somebody with a little bit higher degree of understanding than this truck driver.
yes.
So that it can be interpreted by a legal expert.
Yeah, hold on. So to do that, I'll let Zach go real quick.
Oh, well, I mean, I just kind of want to answer that because, like, yeah, of course we can do that. It just means we won't pass this today because we can't have something to really answer the questions for us today.
On this particular proposal.
Yeah, you would basically, my understanding is basically table it or just not pass it. Not pass it, and then the board would have to take it up and contact a lawyer, or the bylaws committee would have to go to the board to get an attorney to look it over. Yes, no?
Yes.
I'm on the right track.
Yeah.
So it is a, it's doable. It's not like crazy, but that would be the process.
So what I was going to say is, so a lot of these rules and the statutes are written for and by the Republican Party, and they are quite large. Some of their legislative district meetings have more people than our state convention, and they make the rules, and they don't have vacancies in the office of precinct committeemen and stuff like that. They do have some, but they don't have counties where they have 0 of them, where we have 1 total in the entire state at the moment. And there is precedent for them fighting against the state on these matters. Like, for the longest time, the state of Idaho had an open primary, and anybody could go to a primary election and take a Republican ballot. But the Republicans didn't like that, and the state law did not allow for them to have a closed primary, so they just changed their rules to say, we shall have a closed primary. And then immediately that put them in conflict with the statutes, and immediately they filed a lawsuit against the state of Idaho. And they quickly won in court because they're a private organization and they have the right to choose how their primaries are open or closed. That's what the court rules, and I agree. While there is precedent for a political party to challenge the statutes that are, again, finely tuned to the operations of the Republican Party, We're pretty small peanuts at this point. Sorry to tell you folks. I think I'd rather not take up this fight right now, and I would rather change it to that alternative text. So I'm actually going to move that we adopt as an amendment to this proposal the italicized alternative text down in the explanation.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Been seconded. All right, it's
This,
Yes, the
so everybody's on the same page. Does everybody see where that little italicized paragraph is down below the main new language?
It reads, the bylaws of the party are also the governing documents of the state central committee. The officers of the party are the officers of the state central committee, and they're not voting members of the state central committee. So they're still officers. The state party chairman still runs the meetings, but he can't vote.
Request for information.
Yeah.
Does this put us in potentially precarious place where the state is concerned?
That alternative text, the whole point of Matt Losby offering that when he wrote the bylaws and rules committee report is that does not conflict with the statutes. And I'm suggesting we use that text where we are exactly regurgitating what the statutes say and clarifying that we understand we're going to have the secretary and the treasurer and the vice chair and the chair present at those state central committee meetings as officers, but that they cannot vote unless they also are naturally members of the state central committee as voting members.
Hold on. We're going to go Eric, Todd, David, Dan.
The risk to using the italicized text below is that if the officers aren't voting, that leaves us with very few people who are.
Two. To be correct, right? It's just two.
Yeah.
What, the chair and then Todd?
No, it's
No,
Todd and
Todd
Brian.
and Todd and Frank.
Right now it's Todd and Amber.
So it's two.
And that's, if we ever lose votes near Todd's home, we could have we could have no voting, which, so that puts us in a precarious logistical position, whereas the text as written in the proposal puts us in a precarious legal position.
And that was my question. If
hold on.
We don't have a SCC, it's the same thing.
I have a good answer for that.
What is that position does that put us in?
Oh,
You go ahead.
Okay, so I need to jump the gun and step ahead to proposal 22 just for a moment to address this objection that he just had. And I initially said that I thought that conflicted with state law, and that's why Matt wanted to call me, because it does not conflict at all. Idaho statutes, Title 34, Chapter 5, Section 2, specifies that the state central committee or the state party can come up with rules on how to fill vacancies in the offices, well, and specifically the precinct committeemen in the county and legislative district central committees. And so it says right there in the statute that we can come up with our own rules, or we can follow the default one that's written there. So right now it's Todd and Amber, but if we pass proposal 22, it won't be Todd and Amber. We will have a mechanism by which we can fill vacancies and therefore cause there to be more people on the state central committee. Anyway.
Okay, David, then Dan.
I have no comment. That answered my question.
Okay, Dan.
It isn't the question of vacancies and officers on the state central committee. The question is voting members. Clearly, the language in the original proposal says they are voting members. The language in the alternative proposal says, quote, they are not voting members. I have a problem with submitting two motions, one of which is explicitly the opposite of the other. But it's clear that it is not the filling of vacancies, it's the privilege of voting.
I meant
that
22
is in
members
question.
are not vacancies.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may, Zach was addressing a request for information that I would have made, wherein I ask, if we pass proposal 21, the alternate language, what do we do if we have 0 people on the state central committee? And then Zach, using proposal 22, explained that no, that would not happen. We would have recourse to fill vacancies so that we would have an SCC.
Yes.
So that would have been my request for information, so.
If we pass 22, then we'll have a means to stuff the SECs so that we have.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the question in proposal 21 is voting versus non-voting.
Yeah, so right now, everybody's good. Is there any more debate on Zach's motion to change it from the new language to the bylaws say that the office aren't voting members of the state central committee? Is there any more debate? Okay. All in favor?
In favor of?
Of
The
the
amendment.
amendment. We're voting on the amendment. 9.
Against?
How many opposed? Is a majority is,
It's just a simple majority.
okay,
To
so it
amend,
passes.
yeah.
Passes.
All right, so now we're back to
The proposal.
proposal 21 with the new language listed down below. Anyone want to debate it?
Isn't it still in violation of Idaho 3545?
I mean, if somebody else wants to answer this, they can, but, well, you know,
It's a yes or no. Is it still in violation?
the intention is that it not be. But let me just read this again, because you guys decide whether that new text is in violation of this. The state central committee of each political party shall consist of all legislative district chairmen, all county central committee chairmen, all state committee men, and state committee women selected by the county central committees. And we're saying, there's another sentence also saying that those same people can vote, but I didn't read that. But this says, the officers of the party are the officers of the state central committee and are not voting members of the state central committee. So if it is possible for one to be an officer of, but not a member of, then there is no conflict with statutes. If somebody must be a member of in order to be an officer of, then yes, there's technically still a minor clerical issue at odds with statutes which says shall consist of. Because
If I may,
David?
we went over this already previously, and it is possible to be an officer of a group without being a voting member.
not being a
In road,
the word
right.
member.
That's what our attorneys stated.
Yeah, that's,
Well, voting
And
member
Jake-
versus
did you
member,
Jake
the statutes
also
say
say-
member.
Yeah.
Said you could be an officer without being a voting member.
I think it's an unimportant conflict there.
Any more debate? Okay, we're gonna vote. All in favor of proposal, the amended proposal 21, raise your hand.
Eight.
Any objection?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. We have 14 people here.
Yeah.
So it matters.
Who's it? Okay, hold on. Do you have who's for, all people all in favor of proposal 21?
The amendment.
As
Yeah,
amended.
As amended.
As
9.
How many opposed? Two.
It passes. There are non-voting members present.
Okay. Proposal 22.
Can I, just before we move on,
No, but sure.
there was still that debate on the hierarchy of the rules, statutes, bylaws, does that need to be clarified? Can you kind of answer some of this?
I'm going to tell you my personal opinion that, I don't want to tell you that it does violate statutes or is that what you're asking? Or
What's the hierarchy?
to me, the bylaws would.
That's higher than
But
statute.
it's up to, for debate, right?
I don't think.
Because there are
People-
state parties who do write their bylaws in trump of, but it's a decision.
I pay my taxes because the IRS has big guns and a lot of them. It's not because I believe it is righteous or good to pay my taxes to the government to fund their wars and all the things they do. So I believe the bylaws do trump statutes, but the state has big guns and a lot of them.
And Roberts takes the other position, which is the bylaws cannot conflict with state or federal law.
Yeah, that was the debate we kept going around.
Yeah.
So maybe
we're
it's better to leave it vague so we can deal with it as necessary when they show up at your door with guns.
This
Just
will
curious.
probably be revisited in years to come, if the votes happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe better.
Sorry.
we can get-
Honestly, it's probably best to talk to a lawyer.
Yes.
And, because we're sitting here going, oh, are we gonna break federal or state statute or not? So, proposal 22, filling vacancies of county legislative districts, central committee chair. All right, any debate? Jack?
I want to add a lot of background to this, and I just want to explain the process, because a lot of people are not familiar with this arcane process. So currently, to become a precinct committeeman, so we have counties, and each county is divided into precincts, many precincts. Like, for example, Canyon County, where Nampa is, has like 80-something precincts, maybe 90. So it's kind of like an extended large neighborhood area. And people go to the primary election, and they get the ballot for their party. So Libertarians would have to get the Libertarian ballot, and then in order to win as a precinct committeeman, you'd have to get 5 of those people who took the Libertarian ballot in your large extended neighborhood area, at least 5, to choose you as the person they want for that elected office. And then within 10 days of the date of the primary election, they need to meet at the county seat of the county to have a meeting to reorganize the county central committee for the Libertarian Party, all those elected precinct committeemen that got the 5 votes. And it's not an easy process, and in practice we have a lot of vacancies because of it, and that's why right now we only have one in the entire state, Todd Corsetti, and well, his wife no, she's not a precinct committeeman. We have one precinct committeeman for the whole state. Anyway, so that normally those people would get together in the counties and they would pick the county chair. And they would also get together in the legislative districts that they're part of. And they would pick the chair of the legislative district and other officers of that. But in practice, we have a whole bunch of vacancies. And then the statutes say in Title 34, Chapter 5, Section 2, in the definition of the county central committee, they say that when a vacancy arises, and it's very similar to the text that already exists here that's mentioned in our bylaws and copied, which says, sorry. Yeah, it says, this text, the county central committee shall fill by appointment all vacancies that occur or exist in the office of precinct committee man, who shall be a qualified elector of the precinct. I know I'm confused because it doesn't say chairman there.
This is the new language here.
I was looking at. Well, it still says that same paragraph, though it didn't change. The county central committee shall fill. Anyway, there's a mechanism to fill vacancies in the statutes, but then it says, in the office of precinct committeeman, but then it says, unless state party rules provide otherwise. So I read earlier today when the report was presented, I thought this violated statutes too, but it's actually only covering the vacancy filling rules, which the Idaho statutes allow us explicitly to provide for. So it allows us a mechanism for the bylaw sustaining members who reside in the county to have a meeting to then elect the chairman. And then the chairman can then, through appointment, choose precinct committeemen. But now I'm a little bit concerned because that paragraph I just read, it says the county central committee shall fill by appointment all vacancies. And it doesn't say the county central committee chairman. And in the complete absence of there being a county central committee, which means there are no PCs, there cannot be a central committee. So maybe we need to massage this language a little bit. Anyway, maybe say some more stuff while I go find the statute text.
Does this language, does it require every position to be filled? And there's no way you're gonna fill every precinct with a committee man.
Oh, no. Did you raise your hand, Frank?
No.
Looked like you were doing something fishy back there. David?
I move to amend the agenda so that, proposal 22, is taken up after, proposal 36.
It's a suspension of the rule.
Of course.
Okay, so we'd have to suspend.
If I may speak to the purpose.
Just, hold on, so
Yes.
we'd have to.
It's a move to suspend the rules,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not sure, I don't believe that there's any other proposals after 22 that are controversial in nature, or at least I'm not aware of any. We could probably just get through the rest of the proposals and save this one for last. That would also give Zach time to look at statute, think about some language, make a good amendment to it.
Okay.
And by the way, if we run up against the end of time for business today, that would give, Zach even more time, like overnight
Anybody
to,
else besides me to look at the statutes too?
Zach or anyone who's interested in helping
The
him.
last one is 36, not 26.
Pardon me.
I second his motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded, and is it a majority to suspend the rules?
Two-thirds.
Two-thirds? Okay. All in,
Which is 10.
okay, so all in favor of suspending the rules to move proposal 22 to the end, which is 30.
After 36.
So after 36. All in favor? Any objection? Okay, then we'll move on. This one's going to be a hotly contested item.
Man, I hope not.
Rename Finance Committee for Clarity, Proposal 23. Any debate? You guys need a minute to read it? Okay. All in favor of Proposal 23? Any opposed? Motion passes. All right. Proposal 24 is a bit, no, it's not too long, but I'll give everybody a minute to read it. Then it's creating the audit committee, which was a weird, we had in our agenda, but didn't have an audit committee. So give everybody a minute, then we'll. All right, is there any debate or does somebody need more time reading? Everybody good? All in favor of proposal 24? Any objection? 24 passes. 25, platform committee rephrasing. Is there any debate? Everybody good? Ready for vote? Okay. All in favor? Any objection? All right, proposal 26, clarifying judicial committee duties and authority. This is a super long one.
Nope.
Okay. Any debate on this one? Okay. All in favor? Any objection? All right, 26 passes.
We're stuck on the run.
All right,
Quarter of 30.
15 minutes, we'll have another break. Okay. Remove time limits for judicial committee replacements. Any debate? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any objection?
Simon says aye.
Passes. Switched it up a little bit.
Make sure we're awake.
Proposal 28, hearing challenges to the party planks. Is there any debate on this one? No, I'll let you read it. It's a bit longer.
There's a typo. Oh, that's the prior language.
Good? Everybody good?
Request for information. In the new language, it states the judicial committee shall consider the challenge, decide whether the plank in question conforms to the statement of principles, and make a report stating the justification of their decision to the floor of the convention. What statement of principles is being referred to there?
The National Party? I don't know, that's what you wrote down, so that's the answer.
So the intention is to
I
refer
don't
to
know.
the national parties?
I would, Zach?
Well, Dan answered this earlier. He said, because historically, as far as I'm understood in the Idaho Party, we haven't had a platform. We have at times taken issues, we've brought up position statements on very specific issues that people have cared about, but I don't know if you could call what we've had a platform really ever, at least in recent times. So we've just basically, I don't know how formal this has been, but we've adopted an actual platform.
No, I'm pretty sure it's formal.
Okay.
They voted to adopt it after.
At some other convention, they voted to adopt it.
The Idaho Party used to have the convention after national so that they could see what national's new platform was and then vote to adopt it or not.
But I believe we're operating right now under whatever it is de facto. We're using the national platform until we have one.
Should we alter this language to say platform instead of statement of principles?
No, because the statement of principles is the most core thing that has the highest threshold for changing and requires was it 3/4 of the entire membership?
7/8.
What?
7/8 of all attending delegates.
Attending 7/8 of the attending delegates in the convention. It's a super high threshold thing to change and the most core thing.
The platform plank is being contrasted with the statement of principles.
Okay.
So right now,
What is our current statement of
is de
principles?
facto the national statement of principles contained in the beginning of their platform.
I see.
Until such time as we create our statement of principles in our own platform.
I see.
Which we could do by adopting that.
Okay, and that's clear, like this language has no problems referring to that. Okay.
Correct.
All right, that's it. That's the only question I
Just
had.
as but once we say next year we vote on a new platform, would we have to change that at all?
Only if the statement of principles in that platform is actually different from nationals.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we'd have to go back to the bylaw
And
and
if
change it.
we made such a change, we would all know we have to address that change here.
I should make a note of that, or somebody should make a note of that. Zach?
Wait, request for information.
Uh-huh.
Are you saying there, Dan, that because the platform proposal would be adding a statement of principles that differs from nationals. Therefore, the proposal to create that platform would violate the statement of principles?
No.
Why can't we make our
That
own
if we
statement of
adopted
principles?
our own, we would have to make explicit in here whether the JC would consider the challenge between a plank and the statement of principles to mean between the plank and our statement of principles,
Yeah.
or the plank and national's statement of
So
principles.
you don't think it's sufficient if we had a platform document with a heading that says statement of principles, that this would fall into place as now referring to that? You think we have to be very explicit about that?
If there was a difference, yes.
So maybe we ought to do it now.
Well, I mean, our hope is by next convention, we have our own anyway, but
Well, okay.
are you, no, I'm with you.
Yeah, no. So I want to make a motion.
All right, do it.
I move to amend the proposal.
Okay.
Change statement of principles to the Idaho statement, LP statement of principles.
Yeah, just conflict with, so before it says statement of principles, just say Libertarian Party of Idaho. Yeah, so instead of just statement of principles, it shall read Libertarian Party of Idaho statement of principles. Which will work now, because our statement of principles is the national statement of principles, and it will work later, once we have our own statement of principles.
So we're just preemptively making the
Yes.
change, basically. Good
Yeah.
call. Is there a second?
I second it.
All right. Does anybody want to debate it? We're debating the amendment. Okay.
No, we're not.
Yeah, guess not. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any objection? Okay. Now we're gonna vote on the proposal 20.
Nope.
No. We've amended it.
25, 28 as amended.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna say 28 is amended.
Okay.
You gotta give me a minute, guys. All right, 28 as amended. Is there any more debate? Are we all good? All in favor? Any objection? All right, 28 passes. All right, proposal 29, judicial committee rules and procedures. Is there any debate?
Point of personal privilege, I'd like a minute to read it.
Thank you for asking.
He's on the JC, now that he is subject to this.
I like when people ask me questions. Makes me feel important.
Because you just say no.
It's been kind of
You
laid
get
back
off
all
on
day.
denying them.
The first time somebody made a motion, I'm so excited.
Request for information.
Yep.
Does the secretary currently have a copy of the existing document by this name?
Yes. You can also
Oh,
get it.
no. I just want to make sure he has it,
This is-
because he has to have it.
Yes, you can get it to study it from the prior chair of the JC. Or ask me.
Oh, yeah, we need to get it. I'm sorry, we as JC members need to get it.
Yeah.
I thought you meant before, I forgot that we're JC members. Sorry. I thought you meant that we need to put it on the projector.
Zach, you'll create a new mailing list, JC or Idaho
It
JC?
already exists, I just need to change who's on it.
Yes, I figured the same thing.
Mr. Chair,
What?
22 is the one that we're reading, right?
Yeah, no, she was asking for clarification. Are you good?
yes, sir.
Is there any debate? Does anybody else need another minute? All right. All in favor? Any objection? All right, 29 passes. All right, proposal 30, legislative watch clarity.
I have a question on that one. How would the chair of the legislative watch be selected? if they're picked first before the committee's even formed.
When a committee is populated, if it is in the if it is in the motion that creates the committee, usually the first name specified is the chair. So if it is populated with only one person, that person is the chair
In just,
in Robert's rules.
so usually with committees, what if, say I was on the committee, but picked Amanda first? I technically picked myself first, correct? Is that how that works?
No.
It would
The
be
first
Amanda.
name, first name person, yes.
I move to make an amendment.
Okay,
The amendment would be, there is a sentence that states, "The committee's primary purpose is to ensure that the party's stance on a legislative proposal meets the state and national platform principles." I would strike "and national." So it would read, "meets the state platform principles," because as we just discussed, our state platform just calls to the national currently, but that would change in the future.
A second.
okay. So you're out of order. Any debate? Okay, let's vote on it. We're voting on the amendment. Is all in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. Now we'll vote on proposal 30 as amended.
Unless there's more debate.
Don't you dare.
You won't let me get the words out of my mouth. Is there any debate? Any debate at all? All right, all in favor?
I got tired of saying aye.
We need the exercise.
Okay, any object or any opposed? Okay. Proposal 31.
30.
or
31.
31.
I thought you were declaring that 30 passed.
Oh, sorry, 30 passed, yeah.
You've been doing that each time.
It's been a long day. Proposal 31, other committee cleanup. Is there any debate?
So basically, this gives you the chair to pretty much put together any kind of committee you want to.
With the board's approval.
I have to get the board's approval.
Well, it says the chair shall have the power to form other committees by choice
Yes,
Or-
that's in Robert's rules.
or by direction of the executive board and appoint chairs except as provided by these bylaws.
It's one of the few perks of being chair, yes. It's in Robert's rules. If he consistently flaunts the wishes of the board, he will be made to bed.
And the trick on this power is starting a committee is not fun. Finding people to be, when you're not a huge party. So it is kind of a check, but Zach,
Yeah, this is just clarification for anybody who is confused. So, yeah, you can appoint chairs except as provided in these bylaws. I haven't really studied the rationale on this, but like the judicial committee, for example,
Yes.
or I don't know, like there are some committees where we have specific rules on who is the chair. Like the treasurer is the chair of the finance committee.
Yes,
So
and the audit committee, in which it has to be someone with a greater distance.
Yeah, so therefore the chair does not have the authority to appoint the chair of those committees.
That's what the except as provided in these bylaws.
That's the purpose of this, is just to reiterate that we're not trying to trump the other rules.
Fair enough.
okay. Any more debate? All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? All right. Proposal 31 passes. Proposal 32, parliamentary authority update.
Proposed amendment.
Okay.
So at the end of it, in which they are not inconsistent with state and federal laws, these bylaws, and any special rule. So it's saying that in cases, basically, it reads like it has to be in violation of all three. I propose changing that "and" to an "or," so if it's in violation of any of the three,
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right. I'll let Brian have one.
Write Brian's name down.
Okay. We're spreading the love. We're spreading the love here.
So there are, if I may, there are two ands that are being turned into ors in this language.
I think they apply to both. The amendment applies to both.
Okay.
Specifically.
Okay.
Is that, Eric, is that how you meant it?
No, but that's what I'm going with now, yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Is there any debate on this?
Point of personal.
Wait, no.
Wait a minute, the second N is part of the clause immediately preceding it. It refers to state and federal laws, these bylaws, and any special rules of order. I think that end is required.
Okay.
Tim, can you read it how it would read then, please?
The rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, shall govern the party in all cases to which they are applicable or in which they are not inconsistent with state and federal laws, these bylaws, and any special rules of order the state central committee may adopt.
I would say the second or.
What I was proposing was that the first and stands and the second and is changed to an or. You're saying grammatically the second one needs to be an and?
So how would the whole statement read if you go along with what you want?
With what I was after, the statement would read, the rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, shall govern the party in all cases to which they are applicable and in which they are not inconsistent with state and federal law, these bylaws, or any special rules of order that.
Okay, I think you're right about the first one. The second one has the problem is that the conjunction or disjunction is preceded by two items in a list. If it's changed to or, then we have to say that those other two items in the list have to be separated by a disjunction. State and federal laws, or these bylaws, or any special rules of order.
I think that's what he's after.
That's a new or that has to be there because what precedes is not a disjunction but a conjunction.
Would you then accept a friendly suggestion to add that or?
Yeah, so that it's got two ors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or these bylaws, or any special rules of order.
Yeah, that's the best possible wording.
Mm-hmm.
What about state and federal law? Should it say state or federal?
I take his comment in the spirit. That was the one that should remain. And
the first one should remain and as well.
This is a request for information from the person making the motion to amend. Is it your intention that we're listing with ors to separate them? State laws, federal law, or state law, federal law, bylaws, and also the special rules in a list of 4 things that are effectively ordered together? Like, if it conflicts any of those, Robert's rules is not used? Is that what you want?
Yes, my intent is that if any of those 4 things stand against Robert's rules, then they trump it. That way we do not violate state or federal law, or these bylaws, or any special rules.
Yeah.
I don't know, my thought on the wording is maybe we ought to have, and this isn't really a motion because I'm not sure how to stack this at this point. It's conversation.
Yeah, we've broken the stack.
But maybe if it's inconsistent with state law, comma, federal law, comma, these bylaws, comma, or any special rules of order of the state central committee, or any special rules of order the state central committee may adopt.
Dan?
I'm going
Sorry, Zach.
I'm going to suggest that I consult with our parliamentarian ally about this change because I believe this text is taken from Robert's rules. And if we're correct in making this change, then Robert's rules is actually not as good as it could be. And I want to make sure that a parliamentarian who is more familiar with Robert's rules than I am has had a chance to look at the alternative wordings.
I'll look at the text of Robert's rules.
So,
query, would the ands and ors that we're debating here fall under what we originally voted on, whose name I can't remember, but that caused we took a vote.
The compiler's resolution.
Thank you. Would this all fall under the compiler's resolution?
No, it has to be
No.
a spelling or grammatical error, not a substantive change, correct?
This would be a substantive change.
It would have to be a conforming change according to the compiler's resolution. And this would not necessarily be a conforming change.
So do you want to see if we could get a whole, do we want to take a break real quick and then come back?
Yes.
And why don't we take a break and we'll come back, do a raffle and.
You want to take a break? I got something that's really helpful on this subject.
Okay, we'll listen to Zach, then we'll take a break.
So I have Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition pulled up, and I regularly search for keywords through this because I'm always looking for this kind of stuff. And the phrase state and federal together, those words, they are never strung together once in the entire text of this Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition. So therefore, this cannot possibly be recommended text verbatim from Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition.
Okay, we're gonna take a break, and then we'll come back and keep debating this.
Shocking.
Be back
What a
at,
twist.
What a twist.
come back at 3:15.
That's why we have
Does it help that the person included two answers?
I know.
This would be the climax of the detective show.
I know. We're minute 47 in this commercial break.
It's not a verbatim
Yeah.
quote from Robert's Rules.
Yeah.
This is the.
And or.
Yes, wait for that. Next time, the thing, yes, it's not gonna be something
But I'm
sassy.
really conscious of, as we get my head, should it celebrate all the time.
Oh, we need to love that light.
I like bringing books, because I have books and I'm like.
That's my stuff a little bit.
Yeah. Microphone's now on.
Oh,
Like Vanna White.
More beautiful.
He is.
Showing it off.
0102.
Ooh, it's right after me.
Sorry.
It's probably Terry.
102. I don't think he had any.
0102.
You don't think he had any?
He didn't have any.
So that's
102.
Well, if you didn't have any, then whose is it?
Someone who isn't here anymore.
102.
Try again.
Oh, wait, here comes somebody, 0102.
Oh, Brian.
Yeah, I was like, we're missing somebody.
Yeah, it didn't seem like we had a full group here.
0102.
Yay.
How about that?
Okay,
Okay.
let's do
What are we referencing?
bucket.
Brian?
Come on,
Bucket of bullets.
bucket of
B.O.B..
ammo, come on.
What,
There's 22 long rifle. It's a Remington bucket of bullets. There's 1,400 in
Now
there.
we're jumping back into it.
High velocity 22 long rifle cartridge.
0039.
Oh.
Brian
Darn.
with a knot,
Is it us?
Good Lord, how many did you buy?
Wait,
44.
Yeah, 39. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't seem fair.
I picked it though, so.
Okay,
We're very,
albinos.
we're very ethically sound here in the Libertarian Party of Idaho.
0143, last 6.
What is it?
0146.
146.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Ooh.
Hell yeah, come on.
Hey, you made your money back, dude.
Yeah, appreciate it. No, appreciate it.
Okay, last but not least. I guess I can get it out
When
of
you
the
wish
box.
upon a star starts playing in Rob's
That's
head.
what happened.
British assault weapon.
That's funny, dude. 0022. I think that's not.
Is it us?
Whoa.
Is
Uh-oh.
that right?
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's perfect.
Lucky.
Yay.
That's really muted.
Golf flap.
Oh, thanks, guys. I'm excited.
This is rigged.
Just because I got to pick the ticket pricing and how many I got.
Man, he behaved himself until after he got elected.
Re-elected.
Well, technically, this is my first time getting elected. Yeah,
It's
because
true, you were appointed.
I was appointed the first time.
A mere appointee.
Okay. We are on,
32.
32.
Yeah, we're
I
still
can
discussing it.
report, I have asked JJ, the parliamentarian, about this, and I expect he will get back to me shortly. I move that we postpone this until tomorrow. We've already done 14 and 15, and the caucuses, election of 3 JC members, terms. So we've eliminated 14, 15, and 16 tomorrow morning. So I think we should have time tomorrow, if I hear from JJ. If not, we can leave it the way it is for another year.
so we want to do it tomorrow.
Yes.
I second the motion to move it to tomorrow.
So where would that put it before or after item 22, which got moved after?
Let's put it in numeric order.
Okay.
So it'd be after 22. So
Yes, it'd be 22 and then 32.
Okay.
It's been
Is there-
seconded.
It's been seconded. Any debate?
That's a 2/3.
Calm down, mountain man.
He's excited. It's Christmas.
All right. It's a 2/3.
Yes.
Okay. All in. Just so everybody understands, this means we're coming back tomorrow. All in favor?
Yeah, I know.
We paid for the hotel, guys. All right.
If we find out we can power through, we can suspend the rules to change it back.
Is there any objection? Okay, it passes.
Yep, 33.
Well, here's my next question. If we gotta, so we're coming back for one thing tomorrow?
Well, it depends on.
Two
Oh,
things, potentially.
We're gonna finish the bylaws, come back and do that one, then do the rest of the agenda, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we still
Yes.
have a few items on the agenda, although they may be moved.
Okay, yeah, I was just making sure we weren't just coming back tomorrow to do one bylaw.
No. All we've done is move two things to the end of the bylaws committee proposals.
Well, you
I
did,
thought we moved it to
you
tomorrow
did move it to
specifically.
tomorrow, but if we get to the point
Except
where we
that-
have time, we could move it back.
Yeah.
The last item on the agenda today, after bylaws, is adjournment to following morning.
Okay.
So we've moved a couple of other items to first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay. Well, let's get this done. All right. So now-
33.
33. Amendment process. Any debate? Okay, all in favor? Any objection? Okay. 33 passes. Proposal 34, default order of business of convention. Any debate? Okay. All in favor? All right, any objection? Okay. Proposal 34 passes. All right, proposal 35, balloting process at convention. Any debate? Or do you guys need a minute to read it?
I'd like to read it, please.
Oh, if that's the case, we're just gonna move right along.
We do have to take up one more thing. Actually, we should do it before. I think we do want to move bylaws to tomorrow, even though we have a few minutes now. But we've lost. We have to fill this third vacancy.
So we did, yeah, this one passes. Oh, sorry, this one.
You're jumping the gun a bit.
I know. It's been a long day. All right, Amanda, are you good?
Oh, yeah, been there for a while.
Oh, sorry. I'm just sitting here
And I
waiting
didn't
for you to
tell
tell me you're ready. But man, she's a slow reader.
No.
All right, any debate? All in favor? Ooh, that's enthusiastic. Any objection?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can't vote twice, Zach. Can you vote twice?
Yeah, it doesn't say it in the bylaws.
All right, proposal 35 passes. 36, balloting for endorsements. Is there any debate? All in favor? Any objection?
Sorry, no, I'm just seeing that we're way off the schedule here because all the elections of the
Oh,
officers.
sorry, Dan, hold on. I jumped the gun again. We need to fill a vacancy in the, I forget what we named it, Convention Minute Approval Committee.
Yes,
Who do we have on it? You
me and David, we need a third person. Perry left.
Perry left.
Oh,
He will not, he
I will
got a call
volunteer.
from a friend.
he will not be present at the end of convention?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, simple enough. And now
Did
we are
Zach just
back,
volunteer?
I did,
Yeah. Okay.
we are back to 22, correct?
Yes, if we want to do it now, or
Oh, yeah, I have a simple solution for that now.
choice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, famous last words, easy.
Yeah,
We're on 22 again?
yeah.
Unless we want to just finish it tomorrow with the other one. But we probably have to
We have
revote
so
on it.
little
correct?
business left because all the elections we did early.
Yes.
I don't know that we're gonna have to go to tomorrow, so. We have that resolution for maybe the vice chair, but.
Yes.
But the point was to wait for JJ for clarification, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Zach?
Oh, if anyone else wants to talk, they can, but I did figure it out by looking at the statutes of where I was not seeing something. So I'll just explain that. So, so there's basically two parts of Title 34, Chapter 5, Section 2 of the Idaho statutes, where vacancies are discussed here. And it says, unless state party rules adopted as provided in Section 34.505 Idaho Code provide otherwise, when a vacancy exists in the office of County Central Committee Chairman, and then it goes on to describe the procedure of how you would fill the vacancy of chairman. But it there says, we have the ability to choose our own rules for filling the vacancy specifically of the chairman of a county central committee. Then it goes on to say, the county central committee shall fill by appointment all vacancies that occur or exist in the office of precinct committee man, who shall be a qualified elector of the precinct. So my worry was that we were going to point out a specific process by which we filled the chairman slot, but yet I didn't think that the chairman was a member of the county central committee naturally, unless he himself was also a precinct committeeman. But that's not true, because earlier in the statute, it says, the county central committee of each political party in each county shall consist of the precinct committeemen representing the precincts within the county and the county chairman elected by the precinct committeeman. So it says clearly that the county chairman, if there exists a county chairman, he is always a member of the county central committee, whether or not he is a precinct committee man. So therefore, the text as Losby has written it in the Bylaws and Rules Committee report is quite good, and it will allow us to not conflict with statutes. We will lay out our plan for how we fill the vacancy in the office of County Central Committee Chairman, who is then the sole member of the County Central Committee and can then fill by appointment. Well, he could fill by appointment a vacant precinct committeeman slot. And the moment he does that, that person is now another voting member of the County Central Committee. And then those two can fill another vacancy, and those three can fill the next vacancy, and so on. And then those officers are just naturally members of the State Central Committee. So now that we've said that we're going to follow statutes on who's a member of the State Central Committee, this text is pretty good, and it gives us a process by which our bylaw sustaining members residing in the counties can pick a chairman, and then that process can continue as the statutes allow.
Sounds like a house of cards.
Yeah. It is.
Question.
It's committeeman all the way down.
Is anybody, in your more expert opinion, are you therefore recommending that we accept proposal number 22?
Yes.
Okay.
Move.
Second.
Did I call the question?
To what?
She's calling the question. I think.
Calling the question to vote on it? And you second it? All right.
Zach?
Oh, hey.
The question's called.
Request for information.
Request for information. That was funny. Are all those positions required to be filled since it says shall? Because we couldn't.
Where do you see the shall that you're worried about? Shall, the county central committee shall fill by appointment?
Yeah.
All vacancies? Well,
Yes.
yes, but that's exactly verbatim text from the statutes that we're copying, that we have in our bylaws already, and that is not actually changing, I don't believe. Because it's in, if you look at the change section, it already says that same exact text, and that's not a part of this change. That the county central committee shall fill by appointment all vacancies, and then that's exactly what it says here. The county central committee shall fill by appointment all vacancies, ... So that's not a part of this change. That's exactly the way it's written in statutes. And yeah, we have to fill by appointment all vacancies under state law, but that's already what state law says.
Okay,
The same with the shall in this last paragraph.
This paragraph now. Well, that's a different paragraph.
Okay.
The question's been called, so I don't know
Yeah.
how in order this is, but
well, it was a request for information.
yeah, I get it.
But, all right, all in favor?
I'm fine trying to explain that.
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah, I think it is a requirement, but that's that's copied from 503, I believe it is. Let me go see that.
I know.
My internet connection would corroborate. Yeah, vacancy, yeah, it says, this says, in the legislative district central committee definition and statutes, which is 503, it says, unless state party rules adopted as provided in section 34/506 Idaho Code provide otherwise, when a vacancy exists in the office of legislative district central committee chairman, it shall be the duty of the state central committee chairman to call a meeting of the precinct committee men of the legislative district, and the precinct committee men shall proceed to elect the chairman of the legislative district central committee for the balance of the unexpired term. So we're effectively putting forth our own rule, which the statute allows for as an alternative, where we're saying we're keeping in the shall be the duty, but we're changing it to BSMs and not precinct committee. So yes, we're putting shall in our own text, but that shall is basically copied verbatim from the statutes, and I don't see a problem with it.
Okay, question's been called, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, 22 passes. And
32.
we know we're
Well,
doing
it would
tomorrow.
moving on to 32
technically. it's
Well,
tomorrow.
well, that's
I-
for
It's
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
I have been
Yeah.
checking
What
with
else
Jay,
do we
with
have?
my email, and JJ hasn't responded
Okay.
yet, but he tends to be pretty prompt.
If and when he responds for severe, you'll make motions.
So keep going through the schedule then, probably.
Well, we'd have to suspend the rules to skip it, correct?
No, we already did suspend the rules to move the consideration of it to tomorrow.
Yes.
So we'd have to suspend the rules again to drag the consideration back to today.
But we don't have to
We
suspend the
don't.
rules to keep going on the agenda and do that tomorrow.
Okay,
If I don't hear from JJ, I'm going to recommend that our course of action is to not pass this and wait for another year.
okay.
Second,
Because I believe that Robert's rules is the source of the error, and I think it should be escalated higher up.
Well,
We're
we're at adjournment and then, but we already did,
But that's two tomorrow.
yeah.
we're called to order election, we've already done elections.
We're down to 17, general election candidate comments. I have to write up the minutes before I ask for the committee to approve them. So I'm happy if we adjourn for today.
I mean, we already planned on coming back the second day, so it's not
Are
a
you-
big deal.
So you're moving to adjourn?
Move to the orders of the day, item 13, item 12,
Which is adjournment.
adjournment to tomorrow morning.
Is there a second?
He was calling the order of the day.
I may not be able, because I gotta get my shit together to go to work on Monday.
According to this, we might be here for a total of an hour at most.
It's,
Request for information.
Yep.
So the remaining items of business that we would have to complete tomorrow, besides proposal 32, would be general election candidate comments, basically 17 and onward.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So
Do we have any substance in any of those?
that's the
platform
question.
committee
We could do a
report.
platform committee report, we could just tell everybody what we've been doing,
Yes.
or where we're at.
Okay, what about 17? Is there any substance to it?
General election, is that like a state? We
Do
don't have
any
anybody that's.
candidates here?
No,
Darian
There's no
Drake,
substance
but
to
he's
it.
not here.
He is no longer in Idaho.
Correct.
unless,
And we're in an off year.
yeah,
Yes.
okay, so
Resolutions, so the vice
Yes,
chair.
there may be a
19,
resolution,
19.
at least one.
candidate endorsements, we don't have any candidates to endorse.
It's an off year.
Yeah.
Resolutions, just one.
I think there's two. Oh, no, you already did the awards and recognitions club, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and then
but
Mr.
dealing
Chair,
with,
we just have to do the audit.
and Zach, Vice Chair,
I'm not,
a resolution.
oh yeah, I want to do a resolution about vice
Okay.
chair stuff.
So we're now on platform committee report. We're
Well,
just
he
gonna
moved
burn.
to call the orders of the day, or he calls the orders of the day. So
Well, actually, there's a motion on the table to adjourn till tomorrow, and is there a second?
he doesn't have to make a motion, it's already the orders of the day. Anybody not wanting to adjourn must make a motion to suspend the
I'm
rules.
motion to let's just keep this thing going. So we can get that.
Yeah, she just moved to suspend the rules or amend the agenda to keep things going, so I think she's
Because
saying,
we don't have a whole lot left.
Okay.
are you amending the agenda to not adjourn till tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, so we're ruling Dan's order would be Dan's motion would be out of order. So now there's a motion on the floor to
Just
continue going today,
To
basically.
suspend the rules to skip item 12 and 13.
Yep, yes. Is there a second?
I second motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any debate? All right, all in favor? Okay, any opposed?
Sorry, Dan.
Okay, so now
It's almost beer 30. We're almost there.
So now we go
We
through.
still have the issue of that other bylaw thing only being heard tomorrow, but we'll resolve that when we get to it probably.
All right, so now we've done elections, so now we're on 17. There's no candidate comments, correct?
So we're on 18.
Platform committee report. I basically tell you where we're at with the platform is we've compiled the list of issues in Idaho that we feel are the most important. And we're on the process of creating the actual platform planks for them. And our hope is that by next convention, we have a full platform, or probably before then, that we have some sort of a platform to send out to membership. And then hopefully we get some feedback. And by next convention, we'll be voting on it.
That's the plan.
Can
Any
you
questions?
Share just the item list?
It's 46 items long. Do you want me to read it off, Todd? You can
Say
you
yes.
read the room, Todd? Read the room!
I was reading the share because he said the most important, like,
Well,
narrow number
I
of
believe
items.
many of those 46 have in fact been deleted because they are not
Oh,
relevant.
yeah, we're down to 35. Huh?
I think so. That's not
Because it
so much
seems like
more.
we have to focus a little more than that.
Okay, well,
But
you can all blame Todd for me about to read all of these.
I'm not a real big on this. I thought it was like top 10.
Yeah.
Do you really want me to read them all off?
They're not organized by.
Can I just send them to you?
Fine. What I heard, perhaps different than what you said, but I heard
Like to commit the chair.
top few items to focus on in order. And
After convention, you can come read the document.
You know what? I trust you. I'll just wait for the cook to come.
Okay.
Just the clip notes.
Private ownership of exotic pets is number one.
Okay, so any more questions on platform? Nope, all right, no candidates to endorse, resolutions, Zach.
Okay, I move that we pass a resolution, whereas there's a vacancy in the office of vice chair. Whereas Christopher Ward has shown great skill in party organization and leadership. I'm just giving a little bit of a pause for writing things and for remembering what I'm saying in case it needs to be repeated. Therefore, be it resolved that we recommend the State Central Committee of the Libertarian Party of Idaho choose Christopher Ward as the new vice chair of the party.
Second.
Okay, there's a resolution, a second. Does anybody want to speak to or against?
Question.
Yes.
you're going to be working most closely with this individual. Do you feel that you will be able to do that?
Do you want me to say nice things about Chris? Is that what you're trying to do?
Nice or bad? I want honesty.
I will say that Chris and I already work very closely together. We talk all the time. Chris has been a huge help to me. It would be awesome for me to have Chris to help me. Yeah, go.
Is he a yes man or does he keep you feet to the fire?
I can tell you that me and Chris have also had our disagreements.
I have witnessed huge disagreements that have been resolved amicably and professionally.
And that's a good thing.
That's
You know,
a very
he
good thing.
keeps me motivated, calls me on my crap. But yeah, I would be more than excited to have Chris as vice chair. Absolutely, 100%. Because you also get Amanda, and that's the real plus. Any other questions or concerns or debate? Anything for Chris, maybe? Okay.
Stop speech.
Didn't you already give us one?
Yeah, you did. You did already.
I'm gonna roll that dilatory, and we're moving on. I've been wanting to say that all day to somebody other than Sterling. Okay,
Item 21.
other business, we've already done awards and recognition.
Oh, is there a 21?
Yeah.
Yep, and 22 and 23.
Do we have a vote on 20?
Did we have a
Oh, did we
vote?
vote on the resolution?
Yeah, we didn't vote on
Oh,
the
sorry,
resolution,
yeah,
sir.
sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
All in favor?
You can vote for yourself, Chris.
Thank you.
Anybody want to
That
adjust?
felt kind of weird.
All right, it passes.
You have sufficient text that makes sense with what I said with the whereases and therefore be resolved.
Yes, I'll run it by you, but yes, I think I do.
It's pretty straightforward.
You now get to serve at the pleasure of the chair.
Congratulations.
That sounds really great.
The way you said it. What was I saying? Yeah.
Phrasing. I get Todd Mann.
Okay.
Okay,
It turns out item 22 is unnecessary because we have created the convention minutes approval committee with power to approve the minutes. Which leads us to 23, which
Well,
we can't do because we have to do 12 and 13 first.
we got to finish 21 too.
Other business? You have something?
Yeah, I figure since we're here, what does the body feel about lifetime memberships? I want to get this off our board agenda, so do you guys want to have lifetime memberships? What would you like the pricing to be, if so? Or do we want to just continue not having them? They are in the bylaws, correct?
There's mention of them.
Mention
As
of
a-
it.
As a possibility.
What
So
the price being an ounce of gold?
It's a lot.
it's what
It'd
we
be
can.
inflation proof.
You'd have to make it like a coin, like a buffalo or
Yeah, something.
not like an Atmex 1 ounce bar.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess the first thing would be decide, is there any interest in this even
You know,
happening?
This discussion kind of reminds me of the medical advisor that we had. His fee was a pint of pork and a goose for Christmas. And if you know what a pint of pork
I
is,
don't.
that's a lot for the wine.
Oh.
Sounds like an Idaho price.
And one roast goose.
Pros and cons of it? I don't know.
I mean, there's not really a con to it, and I guess in a way
More,
that,
more revenue upfront, less revenue down the line, hypothetically.
what is national charge for,
It's over $1,000.
it's like
But
1,200 bucks?
but if-
$100 a month for 12 consecutive months.
But if I remember, state affiliates, I'm trying to think of state affiliates that I know of that have it. It's less than national. It would be like something like,
500-600
like-
bucks.
yeah, somewhere in there, 500.
$1,500 within a 12-month period.
Oh, they raised it.
Yeah.
And you can, national does it, you can pay in increments, correct?
Yes.
1 month, yes. exactly.
So $20 a year
A month. Or year, I'm sorry.
for state membership.
Who's good at math?
I would make a suggestion to not make it a monthly payment thing, only because it might be like one more thing to have to keep track of.
I would do it like 3 payments over the course of like 3 months.
Or one lump sum.
Yeah,
or
I would just
or
make it
just
a
one
lump
lump
sum,
sum.
especially because it's not,
Yeah.
wouldn't be like, I don't think it should be any higher than like $700, so.
So is anyone wanting to make a motion to have lifetime membership?
Well, $700 is 35 years worth.
Yeah, that seems pretty high.
Maybe what about 500?
25 years.
25 years.
That seems maybe more
Seems
reasonable.
What about
So
like
$500?
Like a lot of the, like the gun club up here is like, is based on like 12 or 15 years. I think that's like pretty repeatable throughout.
Do you want to make a motion?
I mean, do you think that something like that would be more appropriate? Like maybe
300?
we base it on like a obtainable yearly amount? Because 25 years seems like a long, I mean, I know as part of this is a donation to get it out of your hair. It also seems like it's a long time.
I'm a little embarrassed that all libertarians in the room are sort of missing inflation in this whole equation.
That's why it was
What?
gold-based
Here's an idea.
or silver-based.
What if you made the motion when something like we have lifetime membership with a price to be determined by the board? Or the SEC?
Is it not already like that? I thought that was the whole point of what we were doing.
No, because if the motion was to have it that we want lifetime membership for $500, then you'd have to change the motion next convention, change the price, correct?
Sure, I thought in our board meetings that we knew that we were supposed to provide for lifetime membership by the bylaws, but we just didn't know what price to set and stuff. We wanted to run it by the membership.
Which included, did we even want to do it at all?
Yeah, because if you set the price at 0, you effectively don't have it. Go ahead.
Why don't we put it at X number of years worth of
Yeah,
current pricing?
with a discount
So
built
that-
in,
That's what I was
Yeah.
saying.
like a
Yeah, so
10% discount or
15
something.
If you pay for 15 years of membership, then you're a lifetime member.
Yeah.
And
And then
whatever
the
the price
discount
is at that
You get
point.
it for not just 15 years, but forever.
Zach?
So in the current bylaws, before any proposals have passed today, just for the sake of numbering, Article 3, Section 5 is lifetime membership. A bylaw sustaining member who donates more than or equal to a preset amount within a calendar year set by the executive board shall automatically become a lifetime member. This membership will be contingent upon the person to maintain all qualifications of a bylaw sustaining member at all times. So the only question is what amount to set.
And the board can set, and we didn't change it with the new bylaws, did we?
No, you just need to set an amount, and that's what we were trying to do with our, having this punted forward each meeting of the executive board.
Okay.
So
So,
it's-
Well,
so
if
this
we
is
have-
moot. There's already a provision.
Okay, so I guess the question then is there like a feeling that this is something people want? Sure.
Well, you
Yes.
shall create.
Okay, that's all we
I would
needed.
pay for that.
That's all we
Bylaws say you
needed
must do it.
really then.
You have to do it, the bylaws say you have to.
On the bright side, you know, expect price.
Okay,
I
That's
had
what
a
we're
thought
trying to
Taylor, to that, which is, if we set it too low, let's say it's based on 15 years, and that puts it at $300. Lifetime members are not gonna quit donating just because they did the
Correct.
absolute minimum they could
In,
do.
in fact, historically, having taken the first step, you're more likely to keep contributing to secure your investment.
Now that I'm a lifetime member, I'm never buying a raffle ticket ever again.
The donations will continue.
So I think 15 years is totally reasonable, even, and would probably be fine with 15. That 315 sounds pretty good.
300.
And you guys can change it later as the board, whenever you
yeah,
feel
we'll
like it.
just set it as the board, then I'll keep it and we'll figure it out next board.
But actually, it raises the question now, where did the $20 figure come from? And how long has it been that, such that maybe inflation warrants an increase? And what would be the legal implications of increasing it, even if inflation is the cause?
That's a bylaws committee thing to consider, because it's written in there.
You'd have to
The
call Rob
bylaws
Oates.
say it has to be $20?
Yeah,
So should we table B?
No, we're good, we're fine.
the
If there's
executive
a,
board must pick an amount.
Zach was
Yes.
right, if it's in the bylaws, then it's really just the will of the body kind of getting
Yeah.
filled,
Yes.
Robert.
I think you should make it at least $500.
I think, well,
So
Yeah.
I checked one of the largest, well, I think it's one of the largest LP states, which is California. I mean, still a small amount of numbers, but their lifetime is, their basic is $25. Their lifetime is $1,000.
and that's a big,
But to be fair, California is a very large affiliate.
well,
Well, that's kind of why I picked the Cal. I picked, try to pick a very large affiliate to base it off of, instead of
So
going
yeah,
like.
they're asking for
Here's what we're
40
gonna
years
do.
worth.
Yeah,
If you want to be involved in the price, we'll have a board meeting in the next month. Please come. And I think we'll move on.
I'll make a list of every state too.
There you
Just
go.
kind of see.
Yeah, I know it.
Find out,
But it's-
we'll identify.
Also
Yeah,
come to
yeah,
board
yeah.
meetings regardless, just not for the price. We'd love to have people. So don't think like, oh, he only wants me to come because of the money. I get very excited when we have public comment, so
Don't make a public comment
So do we
about
have the 21A?
aliens.
do it. What's that?
Do we have a 21A then?
Hey, excuse me?
21A awards and recognition.
No, we already did it. We did it earlier on. Dan already. But in the spirit of everything, I want everybody to give Amanda and Chris a big thank you. They worked really hard at putting this on. Thank you, Chris, Amanda. Thank you so much.
Thanks for showing up.
The main idea behind the awards and recognition, pursuing it further, do we just give out a standard garden variety vanilla award, or do we segregate the award into categories for achievement in one area or enthusiasm and dedication in another? I would appreciate any feedback on those.
I like the idea
What's
of
our,
brackets or different areas
what's our membership look like right now?
as far as how many
Statewide?
people are in the party.
Statewide?
About 1,000, correct, Zach?
Well, the total bylaw sustaining members
It's 71.
is about 71,
Okay.
based on the people that would have been eligible to vote today, not based on ballot stuff, but only based on their donations in the requisite time frame. So we have a lot of other people that we're connected to and have as contacts and are historical donors, but it's only the 71 who are up-to-date donors.
Just for how many now with the bylaw changes will we have that are dues paying members, but just haven't switched their voter registration?
Oh, well,
I'm not expecting you to have a number, but it has to
as
go
long as
up.
they are at least 16 years of age and a resident of Idaho, according to the definitions set forth in Idaho statutes, it would be exactly 71. Now,
Didn't you say we had 71 before?
we have 71 people who donated in the requisite time frame
Oh,
which was, they had to have donated by the end of January of this year in order to vote today. So we have 71 people who did that.
I didn't know if there was people that donated in the time frame but weren't registered libertarians.
There are some of those people probably.
So I was assuming with that, it might go up a bit.
Your mystery number is who became a dues paying member between the end of January and today.
Well,
That's the mystery.
So the answer to my question is 71. Is 71 people worth having 16 different categories, so that we're giving every single?
No, National doesn't have that many. National has, I
the
think, a half a dozen.
participation trophy.
I think you'd be looking at like a volunteer of the year, maybe a,
Candidate volunteer.
yeah,
Um,
and then maybe just a libertarian of the year, like 3 or 4, nothing major.
Oh, but yeah, just real quick, just to clarify, like definitely the total number of bylaw sustaining members did instantly go up the moment we relaxed the ballot affiliation requirement. But it couldn't have gone above 71 at the end of January of this year. It might have gone up a bit higher for the people who donated February and March and the earlier part of April.
Okay. Well,
so 73.
I want to recommend Dan for volunteer and party member of the year. All in favor?
Rethink that.
All in favor?
Second.
Give them the bullets.
Yeah, I don't like him that much.
And I don't have a weapon to use it.
Okay.
So, just curious, are you gonna print a certificate, or board signs or something?
This is just a casual
The committee
thing.
will discuss that matter.
Or just?
We'll just give him a round of applause again, I guess. I don't. Do you want to make a motion to get him a gift or something?
There's a box of cookies right over there.
The warm glow of our approval is good enough. That was-
Okay.
Because we used to, okay, it's kind of stupid. We
Yeah,
used
I would like
print
to-
a certificate, whatever, and it wasn't much, it cost a penny to print, but people would sign it, and they appreciate it.
Give them one with the nice paper.
Yeah, they did that in elementary school too, Todd.
Oh, no.
You used to get a star on your forehead, I don't even know.
Oh, you thought I was a good kid. All right, if that's,
Do we have any other business?
yeah,
Yes.
if,
Oh.
I mean,
I'll
no,
go ahead.
we have adjournment or.
I move to amend the agenda to, rather than considering proposal 32 tomorrow from the bylaws and rules committee report, we bring it back into consideration at this time.
I second the motion.
Is there any debate?
Request for information, have we heard back from the parliamentarian?
Are we gonna kick the
No.
can down the road?
Okay.
So,
I think better to adopt it as originally proposed and written than not adopt it at all. But that's on the assumption that you liked the original proposal.
The only thing I can say on it is there was a parliamentarian there with, the same one was there when we wrote the thing.
Yes, and none of us questioned Robert's rules at the time.
Yeah.
I do now.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay, I'll second that motion.
I think it's already
Request
been
for
moved.
information, though.
What?
Well,
We're- sorry.
This is about whether we're gonna consider it.
Yeah, sorry.
Let's just go ahead and decide whether we're gonna consider it.
Is there any more debate? All in favor of considering it?
2/3 needed.
Thought we already did that first one.
8? You get 8?
8 is not enough. It's still not enough.
Depends on who opposes, right?
How-
7, 8, 9.
How many opposed?
2.
2.
So that's 2/3 of the total voting in that
Yes.
specific question.
Yes, you're right.
So now we're
We're
taking it
considering
up.
it again.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're considering again.
So request for information. Mr. Secretary, what do you think, in your opinion, is preferable? Completely rejecting this proposal and just letting things ride until a year from now at the next convention? Or accepting the proposal as written? But which would be the better of those specific two options? You don't want to wait for the parliamentarian to get back with us, that is what you're saying. Ignore that.
I could find out later tonight or tomorrow morning. He's only 2 hours ahead, 3 hours ahead of us, now where we are.
can I make a motion or ask a question?
I just mean if you couldn't ask him, what would you rather, if you had to make a choice between those two, which would you do?
The grammarian would rebel against the parliamentarian in me. And I would be stuck.
So then, is it possible to make a motion on this that would follow whatever it is that our parliamentarian says is the proper way to go? And it kind of leaves it up in the air until we get his answer, but
I would assume no, because how would
That
the body?
enables us to save having to wait a year to take this up again.
But it would be in
And
order.
it could happen in a matter of a day or two.
What motion, request for information, what kind of motion would you make to approve a bylaws change proposal in a conditional way?
The only conditions I know of use the term proviso, and that usually applies to when it takes effect. I don't know that there is any way of doing that. You're thinking of like the laws that were passed in various states saying contingent upon what the Supreme Court decides.
Something like that, yeah. Does Robert's rules provide for some kind of motion like that?
I'd have to ask a parliamentarian about that also.
What a pickle.
Well,
Mr. Chairman?
yep,
I know. I make a motion to amend the proposal, even though I understand that Dan does not agree with this, and that's fine with me. I make a motion to amend the proposal to accept the language as Bailey had earlier proposed and put in writing up on the projector. Even though I disagree slightly with the grammar of using or 3 times in that section for the serial list, it is extremely unambiguous as to exactly what it means. And yeah, so I propose Bailey's proposed language be used as an amendment to the proposal.
Is there a second? Well, didn't we already move that? We just moved it
In fact,
later
yes.
again? So you,
The
your
postponement
motion,
carried
the
the amendment.
motion.
Then it stayed in the air, kind of. His motion to amend already was sitting there in the.
Yeah, so his motion was already on the table when
He
we
never
took.
even typed up this language until we went to the break.
Okay, well, is there a second? Or what do you think, Dan?
Yes, there's a second.
Okay,
That's what I think.
okay. Is there any more debate on it? Okay, all in favor of the amendment as written on the projector?
So the
Central Committee should have 2 E's.
That's
No.
that's
that does fall under.
Okay. All right.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, any opposed? You're standing up because you're opposing?
No. He was outraged.
I immediately stood up, so.
So the proposal is amended.
Yep.
Now we get to vote on the proposal.
As amended. Is there any more debate? Okay, I have a question. This isn't gonna, I just am curious, is this gonna cause some crazy loophole, or like, is this such a major issue that in 6 months I'm gonna be dealing with something because somebody jumped through this bylaw?
No.
Okay, all right.
Oh, this will, depending on what I hear from JJ, it will affect every single organization that adopts RNOR as its parliamentary authority, but in a tiny way.
Okay.
It's grammatically ugly, but consistent.
Okay, all in favor? Any objection? Motion passes.
Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead.
So you might,
I have unleashed cinnamon upon
you might review that text up there to get it exactly.
Okay, that's the.
It's upside down.
I move to adjourn.
All right,
Second
Don't
motion.
sign it, die, or till tomorrow morning.
Sign and die.
meeting adjourned.
Oh,
Well,
second.
Oh, you gotta vote, sorry. Yeah. I'm used to board meetings where I just get that look like,
Yeah.
all right, all in favor? Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.
we're out of business.
You need the time for what?
So there is no, this wasn't on the live stream somehow. So I have to actually compile
Several
this.
times if you want.
There was an English teacher who's going to show this, she's going to throw up.
His motion to suppress brand meetings.
Yeah.
I'll put it back in here. Outrageous, like,
Yeah.
claims about your hero. It's like, it's like,
Hey,
whereas this safe and old lady.
Yeah, I know, region chairs, everybody that's on the new board, if everybody else could, well, I guess you can stay with it. We're gonna have a board meeting.
Yes.
We love meetings.
And then also the minutes approval committee.
I have to wait until I get the minutes written up.
So-
Will you be here tomorrow morning?
Yes.
What about the SCC?
We could,
And
if you
you'll be
like.
here tomorrow morning.
You guys have a quorum? What's that?
Oh, you'll be here tomorrow
Okay,
morning
let's
for
do
the
this.
minutes review? Because it'll take me evening, because I'm gonna have the minutes of this meeting as well.
Would it be
Yeah,
all right
yeah,
to
we'll
let
come
you
back for
guys
that.
do the minute and do that?
So does
Yes.
JC
And
have
then
to
we'll have
sit
the
in
board
on this?
meeting?
I mean, is there some, if there's some way we.
He's the JC chair. We'll talk to him.
So.
I took notes.